Hello friends, do you know how do the world most resilient CEOs maintain absolute focus while others crumble under pressure? It's a very big question. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita and try to answer this question. Bhagavad Gita offers a timeless blueprint for high-stake leadership, and we explore the concept of duality, the swinging pendulum between success and failure, and how it creates a delusion that clouds executive judgment. Let's go and discuss this further. Think about the last time your company landed a major contract or exceeded the quarterly projections. You felt on top of the world, right? Now think about the last time a key hire resigned or a product launch flopped. That sinking feeling in your gut, that's the CEO's pendulum. Most leaders spend their entire career swinging between these two poles, the euphoria of success and the anxiety of failure. We call it the grind, but the Bhagavad Gita calls it something else. Bhagavad Gita says duality. In chapter 7 and verse 28, Bhagwan Krishna offers a profound solution to this exhaustion. He speaks of a state where a leader is no longer a slave to these swings, a state of leadership beyond duality. And today we are going to break down this verse to see how the ancient wisdom can solve the most modern executive problems, which is the loss of focus. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's look at the verse itself. It says, and the quote starts, those who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, whose sinful actions are completely eradicated, are freed from dualities of delusion and serve me with determination. Quote close. To a modern CEO, the pious and sinful might sound like religious jargon, but let's translate them into executive language. Pious action is integrity. It's doing the right thing when no one is looking. It is building a company's culture on transparency rather than shortcuts. Sinful action is exploitation. It is the growth at all cost mindset that burn out employees and cut corners on quality. Bhagwan Krishna is saying that your past and your present integrity creates a clearing in your mind. When you lead with ethics, you remove the noise of guilt and fear. Only then you are freed from the dualities of the delusion. What is this delusion of duality? In the boardroom, duality is the belief that I am the last win. Alright? Or I am the last lose. When you are stuck in a duality, your decision making becomes reactive. If the market is up, we become overconfident and take reckless risk. If the market is down, we become paralyzed by fear and micromanage. This is the delusion. We believe these external fluctuations define our worth and our company's future. But Bhagavad Gita teaches that these are merely passing seasons. A leader stuck in duality is like a ship without a keel tossed by every wave. A leader who has moved beyond duality is the lighthouse. The storm is still there, but the lighthouse doesn't move. The final part of the verse mentions that these leaders serve with great determination. This isn't the hustle culture, the kind of determination where you drink 10 coffees and work 20 hours a day. This is deep determination. It is the ability to stay committed to a 10-year vision even when the 10-month data looks grim. Why can't we do this? Because they aren't seeking worship from the market or the media. They have found a higher purpose for the CEO. This worship and service translate to serving the mission. When you are freed from the ego-driven need to win every single day, you gain a superpower, which is patience. You become capable of making the hard right decisions instead of easy wrong ones. So, how do you apply Gita 7.28 tomorrow morning in your boardroom or in your office? There are few steps that you need to take. First is the integrity audit. Look at your current project. Is there any sinful action, any shortcut, or lack of transparency that is causing subconscious anxiety? Clean the slate to gain mental clarity. Number two, label the duality. When a crisis hit, say to yourself, this is just the duality of the failure. Don't let it become your identity. Similarly, when you win, say, this is just the duality of success and stay leveled. Third is find your me. Krishna says, serve me. For you, identify the highest good your company can serve. Is it solving a problem? Helping customer? When you serve the mission rather than your ego, determination becomes effortless. The world doesn't need more CEOs who ride the emotional roller coaster of the stock market. We need leaders who are grounded in something deeper. By living a life of integrity, past and present, you earn the right to be calm. You earn the right to be clear. And most importantly, you earn the right to lead with determination that doesn't waver when the wind changes direction. So, as you go back to your team today, remember success and failure are just two sides of the same coin. Your job is to be the hand that hold the coin, not the coin itself. Lead with integrity, lead beyond duality. Friends, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening to me. If you have any questions, please feel free to send it across. Before I end this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before the telescope pierced the skies of Renaissance Europe, a brilliant mind in 5th century India dared to challenge the cosmic order. And Aryabhat, through his Aryabhatiya, that suggested that the earth itself was not a still center of the universe, but a rotating sphere and its motion explaining the dance of stars and the cosmos. In doing so, he planted the seed of heliocentrism nearly 1,000 years before Copernicus. So in 2026, as humanity propose an interplanetary mission and debates on the ethics of AI, design, science, and Aryabhat vision feels startlingly modern. What do you feel about that? Now, going forward, his courage to question orthodoxy mirror our own struggles to redefine boundaries, whether in space exploration or in digital knowledge or in global collaboration. What he offered was not just astronomy, but a philosophical revolution. A reminder that Earth is but one participant in the vast cosmic symphony.
Hello, friends. We all know that in today's volatile business landscape, a CEO must be more than just a strategist. They must be a vision bearer, a protector, an innovator, and a stabilizing force. Therefore, in this video, we decode the lessons learned from Bhagavad Gita and reveal the ultimate CEO matrix, a 12-point leadership framework hidden in plain sight for thousands of years. Let's go. Take a look at the modern C-suite. Today's CEO is expected to be visionary, futurist, a flawless operator, and a compassionate HR leader, a ruthless cost cutter, and an unshakable anchor during a crisis. We are told to look at Silicon Valley playbook, Ivy League case studies, and agile framework to survive. But what if the most comprehensive all-weather matrix for executive leadership wasn't written in a modern business school? What if it was mapped out thousands of years ago? So friends, welcome back. Today we are cracking open a timeless text that Bhagavad Gita talks about, specifically mentioned in chapter 9 verse 18. In this single verse, an incredible 12-point leadership framework is laid out. We call it an ultimate CEO matrix. Let's decode how these 12 ancient principles can completely redefine how you run your business today. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's look at the text. The verse begins with the word, I am the goal. I am the supporter, right? As a CEO, your first and most foundational role is to be, the goal itself. In corporate terms, this is your North Star. If the CEO vision is blurry, the entire company stumbles in the dark. Being the goal means you don't just chase quarterly profits, you define the ultimate purpose of the enterprise. Why does your company exist? Where are your steering, and where are you taking the ship? You must embody that final destination. But a goal without infrastructure is just a pipe dream. And that is why the very next word is supporter, which is Bharata. This is the ultimate nod to the servant leadership. A true CEO doesn't sit on a throne expecting to be served. You are the ultimate support system. Your job is to clear roadblocks, secure funding, provide resources, and empower your executives to do their best work. You define the destinations, but you also build the road. Next, the verse gives us two seemingly contrasting roles, which is master, in Sanskrit this is Prabhu, and witness, which is Sakshi. So let's talk about being the master. At the end of the day, accountability stops with you. When the crisis strikes, a CEO must step up, claim extreme ownership, and make tough decisions. You are the ultimate authority. But look at how the Gita balances this power. Immediately after the master, it introduced the concept of witness. This is one of the rarest, most valuable skills in the modern business. Emotional detachment. As a witness, a CEO must be able to step back from the daily fire drill, put ego aside, and observe the company objectively. Are your sales dropping because of the market trends or because your product is genuinely losing relevance? If you are too emotionally reactive as a master, you will make panicked decisions. But if you can occupy the seat of an unbiased witness, you analyze data clearly, see reality of what it is, and govern with absolute clarity. Now we move from human element of the corporate scaling, and the words highlight the three beautiful concepts, which is abode, shelter, and well-wisher. Think about the word abode, which is Nivas. An abode is a home for a CEO. This means creating a corporate culture where people feel a sense of belonging. It's about building an ecosystem from talent. It doesn't just work, but thrive and put down the roots. And when things go wrong, because they have always do, you must become the shelter. In the modern corporate world, fear paralyzes innovation. If your employees think a single mistake will get them fired, they will play it safe. When a microeconomics downturn hit or a bold product launch fail, a stellar CEO act as a shield. You take the blame externally while giving your team the psychological safety internally to learn, pivot, and fix it. And you do this because you are their well wisher. You know, a well wisher is a friend who expects nothing in return. As a CEO, your leadership shouldn't be purely transactional. You must genuinely care about the growth, well being, and future of your people, your customers, and your stakeholders as well. When people know their leader genuinely desire their success, loyalty isn't demand, it's naturally given. Now let's pivot to the strategy and operations. Bhagavad Gita introduced a profound triad: creation, destruction, and maintenance. This is literally the life cycle of every product, every business unit, and every market economy. First, creation. A CEO must drive innovation. You are the entrepreneurial spark pushing for the new R&D, entering new markets, and birthing new ideas. But you cannot have creation without destruction. So in business, this is what legendary economist Joseph Schumpeter called creative destruction. As a leader, you must have courage to kill an underperforming project, sunset legacy products, and disrupt your own business models before competitor does it for you. And while you balance creating the new and destroying the old, you must also master the maintenance. This is the operational excellence. It's optimizing cash flow, stabilizing supply chain, and keeping the core engine of your company running flawlessly. The ultimate CEO knows exactly when to create, when to maintain, and when to ruthlessly destroy. Finally, the verse conclude with the ultimate asset management strategy: the reservoir and the eternal seed. The reservoir is where the wealth and the resources are stored. In business, this is your capital allocation, your treasury, your reserves, and your talent pool. A reckless CEO burns through cash to chase vanity metrics. A visionary CEO builds a deep reservoir so the company can survive dry seasons, funding droughts, and unexpected market recessions. And lastly, we have the eternal seed. What is the seed? A seed is something small today that holds the genetic blueprint of a massive forest tomorrow. Every decision you make as an executive should be a seed planted for the future. This is about legacy. It's about succession planning. It's about building a corporate value that outlasts your tenure, outlasts your current product line, and survive the decades to come. So to look at a complete matrix: goal, supporter, master, witness, abode, shelter, well-wisher, creation, destruction, maintenance, reservoir, and the eternal seeds. So when you synthesize chapter 9 verse 18 of the Bhagavad Gita, you realize that leadership isn't a one-dimensional job. It is a 360-degree spiritual and strategic responsibility. So friends, next time you walk into your boardroom or sign off on a massive corporate pivot, ask yourself, which quadrant of the matrix does my company need from me today? Do they need the witness to evaluate, the shelter to protect, or the seed to build the future? Lead holistically, lead with purpose. So friends, if you have any questions or any suggestions, kindly feel free to drop in your comments. And if this ancient framework changed how you view your modern executive role, hit that subscribe button, share this video with your fellow founders, and let me know your thoughts in the comments below. So see you in the masterclass next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now, hello friends. All of us sometimes get this feeling that our technical expertise or our hustle hold us back from our true potential for the true leadership. Everybody gets this kind of a feeling. Therefore, we dive deep into the most powerful leadership secrets from Bhagavad Gita. In a verse where Lord Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna tells Arjun, "O Arjun, be a yogi." But what does this mean for a modern CEO or an entrepreneur to be a yogi? Today, we are going to break down why the yogi, the leader with disciplined equanimity, consistently outperform the three most common type of executive. Let's go. In the modern corporate world, we are taught that to win, you must be a specialist. You must be the smartest person in the room, the hardest worker in the office, or the most disciplined follower of the playbook. We obsess over KPIs, data points, and ATR work week. But have you ever noticed that even the most brilliant specialists eventually hit a ceiling? They burn out. They get blindsided by market shifts. They lose their team. Why? Because they are missing what ancient wisdom calls the unfair advantage. Over 7,000 years ago, on a battlefield far removed from the modern glass-walled boardrooms, a guide named Bhagwan Krishna gave a piece of advice to a leader in crisis. That advice is found in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 46, and it says, quote starts, "The yogi is superior to the ascetic. He is deemed superior even to the man of knowledge, and he is superior to the man of ritual action. Therefore, O Arjun, be a yogi." Today, we are going to translate this ancient code into a roadmap for the 21st century leadership. We are going to explore why a yogi beats a specialist every single time. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Moving on, what are the different kinds of most common executives? First is aesthetic, which in Sanskrit known as tapasvi. In Gita, tapasvi is someone who practices extreme self-denial. In the corporate world, this is the grind culture CEO. They are the first one in and last one out. They sacrifice sleep, family, health. They believe that if they just suffer more than the competition, they will win. But Krishna warns us, sheer endurance without balance leads to a narrow vision. Number two is Jnani, which is the man of knowledge. This is the data-driven specialist, the CEO with Ivy League pedigree and the analytics mind that can spot a trend in a spreadsheet from miles away. They have the facts, but they often lack wisdom. They are paralyzed by the data if the data is missing, and they often struggle to connect with the human element of their business. Number three is Kirby, the man of ritual action. This is a process driven executive. They live by SOPs. They believe that if the ritual of the business, which is the meeting, the reports, different kinds of pyramids, bell curve, if they are followed perfectly, success is guaranteed. But when the world changes, they are too rigid to pivot. Bhagwan Krishna says yogi is better than all three. Why? Because the yogi CEO is a leader who has mastered their inner environment. They don't just possess knowledge, they possess clarity. They don't just work hard, they work purposefully. They don't just follow process, they follow a vision. A yogi's unfair advantage is equanimity. Think about the last time your company faced a crisis. Did you react out of fear? Did you make desperate move based on a dip in the stock prices? A yogi CEO operates from the neutral center. They are not swayed by the high of massive profit or low of the market crash. While everyone else is reacting, the yogi is responding. This isn't about being passive, it's about being so internally grounded that your decision making becomes clinical, fast, and remarkably accurate. That is the definition of the competitive edge. There are several things we can actually discuss around this, but I want to be brief. And therefore, the first advice I want to give you is the cognitive flexibility. The specialist is a hammer, and to them, every problem looks like a nail. But a yogi isn't attached to one way of thinking because they aren't defined by their expertise. They can see the whole board, they can integrate the hard work of aesthetic and the data of Gyani and the process of karmi without being enslaved by any of them. Second is the emotional intelligence. The yogi understand that a business is just a collection of human beings. By mastering their own minds, they naturally become master of empathy. They can read the room, they can inspire a team during a pivot because they aren't projecting their own anxiety onto other subordinates. Third, sustainable high performance. The ascetic CEO eventually burns out. The yogi CEO understands the rhythm of action and reset. They operate with sense of detachment and therefore detached engagement. They care deeply about results, but they aren't consumed by them. This detachment actually allows them to perform better because they aren't choked by the fear of failure. So, how do we become a yogi CEO? Very big question, right? Let's start. It starts with realization that your most important business tool isn't your laptop, your network, or your bank account. It is your own mind. As verse 46 concludes, it says, therefore be a yogi, O Arjun. Very, it's like a proverb. Be a yogi, O Arjun. Such few words, but very profound meaning. This is a call to action for every leader. Don't just be a worker. Don't just be an expert. Don't just be a bureaucrat. Cultivate the discipline of the mind. Practice the equanimity that allows you to see through the noise of the market. Lead from a place of stillness, and you will find the impossible problems starting to solve themselves. The specialist sees the obstacle, the yogi sees the path. Which one will you be? Let me know in the comments below. Before I part ways today, a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, we have all heard about the India's largest pharmaceutical company, that is Sun Pharma, also known as Sun Pharmaceutical Industries. And this company has just announced a massive acquisition which is worth 11.75 billion US dollars. Sun Pharma has acquired US based Organon and Company, making one of the largest outbound deals in Indian history. In this video, we break down why Sun Pharma is betting big on the US market and what this means for investors and the global healthcare landscape. Let's discuss this further. In the world of global pharmaceuticals, 11.75 billion isn't just a number, it's a statement. On April 26, 2026, India's largest drug maker, Sun Pharmaceutical Industries, didn't just make a deal, they redrew the map of global healthcare. Sun Pharma has officially entered a definitive agreement to acquire US-based Organon and Company for an enterprise value of 11.75 billion US dollars. This isn't just the biggest deal in Sun Pharma's 40 years history, surpassing even the legendary Ranbaxy and Taro acquisitions. It is one of the largest outbound acquisitions ever attempted by an Indian pharmaceutical company. But why now? Why Organon, a company only spun off from Maersk 5 years ago? And why is the stock market reacting with such intensity? Today we are breaking down the strategy, the math, and the global power play that just put Sun Pharma into the global top 25. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand the deal, you have to understand the target. Organon isn't your average pharmaceutical startup. It was birthed in 2021 as a strategic spin-off from the global giant Maersk and Company. Organon was created to house Merck's legacy brands, but more importantly to lead in area Maersk wanted to de-emphasize, things like women's health and biosimilars. Today, Organon is a powerhouse with a portfolio of over 70 products commercialized in more than 140 countries. We are talking about massive households, named franchises and contraception and fertility like Nexopalnan and NuvaRing. They also have their burgeoning biosimilar businesses, essentially high-tech generic versions of expensive biologic drugs. Before the deal, Organon was doing roughly 6.2 billion in annual revenue, but they carried a heavy burden, nearly 8.6 billion in debt left over from the spin-off. That debt made them a target, and Sun Pharma, Dilip Sanghvi saw an opportunity where others saw a risk. For decades, Sun Pharma was known as the generic giant. They were the kings of making affordable versions of off-patent drugs. But the generic market in the US has become a race to the bottom, with shrinking margins and intense competition. Sun Pharma's managing director Kirti Ganorkar has been very clear: the future is in innovation and specialty medicine. This acquisition accelerates that shift by decade. And here are the three pillars of this deal. Number one is the women health leadership. This deal instantly makes Sun Pharma a top 3 global player in women's health. This is a sticky market with high patent loyalty and consistent demand. Number 2 is biosimilar leap. Sun Pharma was previously a minor player in biosimilars. Now they jump to the 7th largest biosimilar player globally. In a world where biological drugs are most expensive part of the healthcare, having a biosimilar engine is like owning a gold mine. Number 3 is the global commercial footprint. Sun Pharma already had a presence in the US and India, but Organon gives them boots on the ground in 150 countries, including high growth markets like China, Brazil, and major European hubs where Sun Pharma was previously underweight. So now let's talk about money. Sun Pharma is paying $14 per share in all cash deal. So let's break down this $14, what it comprises of. So enterprise value 11.75 billion, equity value 4 billion, and total revenue of 12.4 billion combined. So 12.4 billion. And there is a funding, internal cash plus they have taken a loan from Citibank, JP Morgan and MUFG for this acquisition. Now some analysts were worried Sun Pharma is taking on nearly 10 billion in new debt to make this happen. For a company that has traditionally been cash rich, this is a cultural shift. However, the magic math here is the profits. Organon generates incredible cash flow, nearly 1.9 billion in adjusted profit before tax. By combining the two, Sun Pharma expects to nearly double its cash flow. This allows them to pay down the massive debt quickly. The projected net debt to profit ratio is 2.3x, which in pharma world is considered very, very manageable. So how did the market take it now? Initially, Organon's share surged over 15% just as soon as the news came out, while Sun Pharma saw a relief rally of 7 to 9%. While the relief, because investors finally saw that Sun Pharma was going to do with its massive cash pile. For years, shareholders asked, when will you make a big move? And this is that move now. But it's not all sunshine. There are risks also. The biggest risk is integration. Merging two companies of this size across 150 countries is logistical nightmare. Cultural fit. Moving a US headquartered Maersk legacy culture into Indian managed global giants takes time. And then lastly, regulatory hurdles. The deal isn't expected to close until early 2027. That's a long time for regulators, especially in the US, EU, and China, to magnify, they take the magnifying glass to basically examine the deal. So now my final verdict is Sun Pharma's acquisition of Organon is more than just a business transaction. It is a signal that Indian pharma has outgrown its pharmacy of the world label. They are no longer just the world's manufacturer, they are becoming world's innovator and owner of the global brands. If this deal succeeds, the Sun Pharma of 2030 will look less like a generic company from Mumbai and more like a global titan like Pfizer or Novartis. So friends, what do you think? Is 11.75 billion deal a fair price for the global dominance, or has Sun Pharma bitten off more than it can chew? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and for more deep dives into the deals that move the world, make sure to hit the subscribe button, and I will see you in the next one. Before I part ways, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. In a groundbreaking discovery, astronomers have captured a rare cosmic handshake. Two blazing quasars in the process of merging. Located billions of light years away, these luminous monsters are powered by supermassive black holes that are spiraling towards each other, destined to become a single, even more powerful and massive entity. What is going on here? Let us explore this further. Imagine looking at a single point of light in the night sky, a light so bright it outshines the entire galaxy of hundreds of billions of stars. Now imagine looking closer and realizing that the single point isn't one object, it's two, and they are rushing towards each other at millions of miles per hour. Astronomers have just confirmed one of the rarest sights in our universe, a pair of blazing quasars caught in the middle of chaotic, violent merger. This isn't just a pretty light show. It is a snapshot of the early universe, a time when the galaxies were still young and messy. Today we are going to peel back the layers of this discovery. We will talk about what is quasar actually is, how we found these two needle and haystack twins, and why this discovery might be a crystal ball looking into the future of our own Milky Way. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Before we can understand the collision, we have to understand the titans involved here. The word quasar, which is in short for quasi-stellar radio source, to the early telescope of the 1960s, they looked like stars, but they behaved like monsters. At the heart of every quasar is a supermassive black hole, but the black hole itself isn't the light you see. Black hole by definition don't let light escape. Instead, the glow came from the accretion disk, and as the black hole's gravity pull in massive amount of gas, dust, and even entire stars, that material spins around the center like water goes down the drain. The friction and the gravity heat this material to millions of degrees, causing it to glow with more energy than thousands of galaxies combined. They are the ultimate cosmic lighthouses, visible from very edge of the observable universe. When we see a quasar, we are seeing a black hole that is feeding. Finding a single quasar is hard. Finding two that are merging is nearly impossible. Why? Because they are so far away that they are usually appear as single blurry dot. But recently, a team of astronomers using the Gaia Space Observatory noticed something strange. Gaia is designed to track the positions of stars with incredible precision. While looking at the known quasars, they noticed a jiggle. The light wasn't moving in space, but its intensity was flickering back and forth between 2 points, like a railroad crossing signal seen from a distance. To confirm their suspicions, they called in the big guns, the Hubble Space Telescope and the Gemini North Telescope in Hawaii. Hubble's sharp eyes revealed that this wasn't just a trick of light or gravitational lensing, where a closer galaxy acts as a magnifying glass. No, these were two distinct massive galaxies, each with its own feeding black holes at the center, physically bound by gravity. They are currently separated by only about 10,000 light years, which in cosmic terms is like two people standing on opposite sides of the living room. This specific pair of quasars is special because of when we are seeing them, because the light takes time to travel. Looking deep into space is like looking back in time. We are seeing these quasars as they were just 900 million years after the Big Bang. This puts them squarely in the epoch of reionization. This was the cosmic dawn, the era when the very first stars and galaxies were turning on and clearly moving away from the cold dark hydrogen fog that filled the early universe. Seeing two quasars merging this early tells us that supermassive black holes didn't just grow slowly over billions of years, they grew through violence. They grew by eating each other. This discovery helps scientists refine their simulations of how the universe evolved from a hot soup of particles into a structured web of galaxies that we see today. You might be wondering, that's 12 billion years ago. Why does it matter to us now? Well, the Great Cosmic Collision is a preview of our own destiny. Right now, our galaxy, the Milky Way, is on a collision course with our neighbor, the Andromeda Galaxy. In about 4 to 5 billion years, our two galaxies will begin the same dance these quasars are doing right now. Our own central black hole Sagittarius A star, which is currently quiet and not feeding, might wake up during the merger. And as from a gas from the Andromeda gets shoved into our galactical center, our black hole could ignite, turning a Milky Way into a blazing quasar for an distant alien astronomers to see. The two quasars we're talking about today have likely already finished their merger. In the now of the universe, they are probably one single gargantuan elliptical galaxy with one massive black hole at its core. We are just not catching the echoes of their ancient battle. It reminds us that the universe is not static place. It's a dynamic, evolving, and often violent masterpiece. Every time we find a pair like this, we add another piece to the puzzle of where we came from, where the cosmos is going, etc. So friends, thanks for joining in on this journey across space and time. If you want to keep exploring the wonders of the universe, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Until next time, please keep looking up. Before I part ways, a word from our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
The partition of India was not just a political decision, it was a human catastrophe. Much like civilians of Iran who now find themselves uprooted, millions in the subcontinent were forced to abandon their homes, lands, and identities, that too overnight. Both movements, separated by decades and geography, speaks to the enduring tragedy for how political decision and power struggle can fracture the societies and leaving ordinary people to bear the heaviest burden. So the year 1947 stand as one of the most defining moment in South Asian history. It was the year when the India gained independence from British colonial rule, but it also the year when the subcontinent was violently divided into two nations, India and Pakistan. This partition was not merely a political act of drawing borders, it was a human tragedy of an unimaginable scale. So today we are actually, as the new documentaries revisit this chapter, they bring fresh voice and forgotten stories, reminding us that the echoes of 1947 still actually there in the hearts, in the mind, across the generations. Partition uprooted nearly 15 million people, making it one of the largest forced migration in human history. Families who had lived side by side for centuries suddenly found themselves on the opposite side of hastily drawn borders. Villages were split, friendships were dissolved, and the communities tore apart. The documentaries highlights not just the statistics but the live experience, lived experience, like the grandmother who carries her infants across the burning field, the young man who lost his entire family on a train to Lahore, the child who never understood why neighbors turn into enemies overnight. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward on this topic, so the violence was actually staggering. Estimation actually suggests that up to 1 million lives were lost in communal riots, massacres, and retaliatory killing. The documentaries do not shy away from these horrors. They show how train arrived at station filled not with the passenger but the corpses, and they recount how women bore the bunch of violence, subjected to abductions and assault, and their suffering often silenced in official narratives. By revisiting these stories, filmmakers are not only documenting history but also challenging the silence that has long surrounded these wounds. Yet, in the amid of this devastation, there are also stories of extraordinary humanity, like Hindu and Muslim Sikhs who risk their lives to protect neighbors of another faith, ordinary villagers who formed a human chain to shield women and children. And these acts of compassion remind us that the partition was not only about division, it is also about resilience, courage, and stubborn persistence of hope. The documentaries also explore the political dimensions of partition. They revisit the hurried negotiation between leaders like Jawaharlal Nehru, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, and the Lord Mountbatten. And they questions whether the division was inevitable or whether it was a product of colonial haste and political miscalculations. So they also highlight how these border line drawn in just 5 weeks carved through the homes, rivers, and field with a little regard for human consequences. In doing so, they invite viewers to reflect on the long shadow of colonialism and the kind of fragility of nation building. So, as we close this retelling of 1947, it is impossible not to see the parallel with the conflict unfolding the Iran today. Just as the partition tore apart the families and villages and villagers and centuries of coexistence, the war in Iran are displacing communities, fracturing identities, and leaving scars that will echo for the generation. The lesson of partition is not confined to South Asia. It is universal reminder of how political decision drawn hastily or imposed violently can unravel the fabric of the society. The borders carved in 1947 create wounds that still shape India and Pakistan. In Iran, the battle of today are shaping future in the way that will remembered decades from now. So, by revisiting partition, we are also not only honoring the memories of those who suffered, but also urging ourselves to recognize the human cost of division, whether it occurs whatever and wherever it occurs. The echoes of 1947 remind us that the history is not a distinct past. It is a living force reflecting in the struggles of people across the world. If we listen closely, the cries of displaced family in Iran today carries the same resonance as those who fled across this borderline which was created by political decision in 1947. But perhaps the most powerful aspect of this retelling is their focus on memories and identity. Partition was not just a historical event. It becomes a defining marker of identity for millions. So for those who cross the borders, the trauma was carried into their children and the grandchildren. Even today in India and Pakistan, partition shapes the politics, culture, and collective memory. The documentaries capture this intergenerational transmission of trauma, showing how the past refused to remain buried. So ultimately, the echoes of 1947, when we are talking about this, the India's partition retold is not just about the revisiting the part. It is also listening to the voices that were silenced, acknowledging the pain that was ignored, and the recognition of humanity that endured against all odds. It is a call to remember not to reopen the wound, but to ensure that such tragedies are never repeated. The echoes of 1947 remind us that the history is not distinct, it is living within us, shaping who we are and how we imagine our future. And also, the retelling of partition is more than remembrance. It's also a call to empathy, to vigil and to be vigilant, and to ensure that the tragedies of the yesterday do not become inevitable for tomorrow. So please send us your comments, subscribe to our channel for more insights in Indian spirituality and politics and the history and of course the mythology. So see you in the next one. In the heart of San Francisco, Luna AI dared to reimagine shaping with $100,000 gamble on AI managed retail store. Sleek algorithm promised efficiency, but the grand experiment hit a very human snag, that is staffing, and that exposed the limit of automation. What was meant to be glimpse of the future quickly became a cautionary tale of tech colliding with reality. In San Francisco, the promise of an AI managed retail future took center stage when Luna AI unveiled its flagship store with $100,000 investment. The concept was bold. A retail space where the artificial intelligence would streamline operations, enhance customer experience, and reduce the reliance on traditional management structure. The launch drew attention from both tech enthusiasts and retail analysts, and they were eager to see how the automation could reshape the brick and mortar commerce. Yet, despite the futuristic vision, the store quickly encountered a very human problem: staffing issues. While AI managed the inventory analytics and customer flow prediction, and day-to-day realities of staffing proved harder to automate. Scheduling conflicts, employee turnover, and the need for human oversight exposed the limitation of purely AI-driven model. The irony was striking. A store designed to minimize the human dependency found itself struggling precisely to become of it. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So, just put some comments about your city also. So now we were talking about the store and the Luna AI experiment underscores a broader tension in the modern retail, and technology can optimize the process, but it cannot fully replace the adaptability, empathy, and the problem solving skill of human staff. For investors and entrepreneurs, the lesson is clear. The innovation must balance automation with human capital. So, Luna AI's venture may have stumbled, but it has sparked a vital conversation about the future of retail, where the AI and people coexist rather than compete. So, Luna AI store shows that even in the world run by algorithm, retail still need human touch. So Luna AI experiment in San Francisco was more than just a store. It was a test of how far automation can carry retail into future. Yet the staffing struggles revealed a truth that technology alone cannot erase the human presence and remains, and it also tells us that humans interventions, human presence remains the backbone of customer experience. The venture may have flattered, but it is but it leaves behind a valuable lesson, that the future of retail will not only to AI versus people, but AI working alongside with people. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. But before we go, we have a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskar. Let me ask you, is Mars actually resource poor? While the red planet has plenty of dust and iron, building a self-sustaining high-tech civilization requires rare metals that are nearly impossible to find on the Martian surface. In this video, we dive deep into the latest research explaining why the asteroid mining isn't just a sci-fi dream. It is a mandatory pillar for the future of Martian economy as well as the Martian colony of humans on the surface of Mars. From platinum group metals to essential rare earth element, we explore the logistics of the space-to-space supply chain and why the first trillionaires will likely be those who bridge the gap between the asteroid belt and the Martian colonies. Let us explore this further. Imagine it's the year 2050. We have a city on Mars known as Argyre City. It has several domes, hydroponic farms, and thousands of residents. But there is a silent crisis brewing. To build the next generation of quantum computers for the city's grid or to repair an advanced medical scanner in the colony's hospital, we need something Mars simply doesn't have: rare earth metals and platinum group elements. Mars is often called the Earth's twin, sort of, but geologically it's a very different beast. While Mars has iron, aluminum in abundance, it lacks the billions of years of complex plate tectonics and the hydrothermal activity that concentrated the rare minerals into ore bodies on the surface of the Earth. Today we are exploring why the dream of self-sustaining Martian civilization will fail without a strategic industrial backyard, which is the asteroid belt. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Why can't we just ship it from Earth? To understand the Martian economy, you have to understand the gravity well. Earth is a massive planet with a deep gravity well. To launch a single kilogram of material from Earth to Mars costs thousands of dollars in fuel and the specialized hardware. And we also have to understand the economic well. The shipping heavy industrial equipment or bulk raw materials from Earth is a recipe for bankruptcy. And there is also a distance problem. We can only launch every 26 months when the planet aligns. A Martian colony cannot wait for 2 years for a spare part made of iridium or palladium, etc. This is where the asteroid belt comes in. It sits next door to Mars, and more importantly, it has almost zero gravity. It is energetically cheaper to bring a massive asteroid to Martian orbit than it is to bring to a small crate of supplies from surface of the Earth. The recent study suggested that for Mars to move beyond a frontier outpost, and become a true economy, it needs a steady supply of materials that are rare on its surface. Platinum groups metals, which are also known as PGMs, these elements like platinum, palladium, iridium, and essentially these are high in demand for high-end electronics, fuel cells, and chemical catalysts. There are other things like volatiles. While Mars have water ice, asteroids are rich in ammonia and hydrocarbons, which are the building blocks of advanced fertilizers and plastics. Then there are third advantage here, which is the structural need. To build a massive radiation shielded city, we need specialized alloys. Asteroid like 16 Psi or literal metal worlds containing more iron, nickel, and gold than all the mines on Earth combined. In this mandatory Martian economy, the surface of Mars is for living, but the space around Mars is for manufacturing. Imagine orbital refineries circling the red planet, robotic tugboats capture the small metal rich asteroids and bring them into Mars orbit. Here in 0G, we can actually use concentrated solar mirrors to melt the rocks and extract pure metals. We have to, at this point, also talk about 0G manufacturing. Some materials are actually easier to produce in space because you don't have to fight gravity. There are several advantages also, which is related to logistics. Mars becomes the administrative and residential hub, while the Martian moon Phobos and Deimos serves as a landing area for these engineers, and also for loading docks for asteroids mining fleet. The history tells us that the wealth follow infrastructure. The first trillionaires of the Martian era won't just be those who build the houses. They will be the ones who control the supply chain of rare minerals. And then therefore there will be era of strategic alliances. We are already seeing the groundwork for this today with partnership between legacy aerospace companies and AI driven startup focusing on agentic AI, which are autonomous systems that can mine those rocks without human intervention. Then, it will also create economic sovereignty. For a Martian colony to be truly independent of Earth, it must control its own resources. Asteroid mining provides the resource independence, and therefore Martian colony can become a separate country, sort of separate from Earth. Building a city on Mars is arguably the hardest thing humanity will ever attempt. It is not just a feat of engineering, it is the feat of economics. A Martian city without asteroid mining is just a high-tech camp on life support. But a Martian city with asteroid mining, that is civilization, becomes much more advanced and will be resource rich. It's the moment we stop being visitors in space and start being a truly multi-planetary species. So the next time when you look at a shooting star, don't just see a streak of light, see the steel, gold, and the future of our next home. My name is EK. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining live. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the future of space and strategy. In case you have any opinion or a question, please do not hesitate to send it across in the comment section below. Before I go, I will like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep. in your studio. And also it has a civil base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। आज बृहस्पतिवार का दिन है, 25 जून, यानी कि थर्सडे है। तो आज का दिन तो भगवान विष्णु के लिए समर्पित है। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान विष्णु की स्तुति करके, पूजा करके। और हर रोज की तरह हमने अपना काउंटर लिया हुआ है। तो आप भी अपनी माला लेके या काउंटर लेके हमारे साथ जुड़ें और हमारे साथ ही इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करें। 11 दफा करेंगे। ये देखिए काउंटर है मेरे पास। तो चलिए शुरू करते हैं। हाथ जोड़ लीजिए और भगवान विष्णु का नमन करिए। ओम नमो वासुदेवाय नमः। 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 तो हमारा आज की पूजा समाप्त हुई। बहुत सिंपल था, आपने देखा, बहुत छोटा सा मंत्र था। 11 दफा करें। अपना बिजनेस या अपनी स्टडी स्टार्ट करने से पहले अगर आप 11 दफा इस मंत्र का जाप करेंगे तो आपको काफी, आपका दिन शुभ रहेगा। तो चलिए हम अपना दिन स्टार्ट करते हैं। आपका भी दिन शुभ रहे और मंगलमय रहे, इसी कामना के साथ इस वीडियो को हम समाप्त करते हैं। लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में, कहीं मत जाइएगा। नमस्कार दोस्तों, आपका स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम भगवान की पूजा करके अपना दिन आरंभ करेंगे। आज शुक्रवार है, फ्राइडे। तो आज तो लक्ष्मी जी का पूजन बनता है। तो हम लक्ष्मी जी का एक मंत्र पढ़ेंगे, 11 दफा पढ़ेंगे और इस काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करेंगे। जैसे आप जानते हैं हमारे पास एक काउंटर है, जिससे हम आसानी से नंबर निकाल सकते हैं। वैसे आप जैसा चाहे वैसा कर सकते हैं। आप माला का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। आप अपने मस्तिष्क में, अपने ब्रेन के अंदर भी गिन सकते हैं। तो जैसे आपको कंफर्टेबल हो आप करें। ये इस मंत्र का हम जाप करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस मंत्र का जाप करें। चलिए हाथ जोड़ के हम लक्ष्मी जी का ध्यान करते हैं और अब मंत्र शुरू करते हैं। श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं 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 क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। तो ओम लक्ष्मी नमः, ओम लक्ष्मी नमः। तो हमारा ये मंत्र समाप्त हुआ और हम अब अपना दिन शुरू कर सकते हैं। तो आपका दिन भी शुभ रहे, मंगलमय रहे, इसी कामना के साथ इस वीडियो को बंद करते हैं। मिलते हैं जल्द ही दूसरे वीडियो में, कहीं मत जाइएगा।
In the age of antibiotic resistance, where the once curable infection now defies machine's best weapon, a new hero emerges, not from the pharmacy, but from the world of nanotechnology. Imagine a sheet so thin it's only one atom thick, yet sharper than any blade nature has ever forged. This is a graphene oxide, a carbon lattice that slices through the deadly bacteria while leaving human cells untouched. It does not just fight superbug, it rewrites the rule of survival, turning physics into medicine and proving that sometimes the smallest structure can wage the bigger wars. So, in the relentless battle between medicine and microbes, humanity faces formidable foe. Antibiotic resistance bacteria, often called as superbug, and these pathogens actually hardened by decades of overuse and misuse of antibiotics now evade the treatment that once subdued them with ease. So hospitals worldwide reports infection that no longer respond to conventional drug raises the specter of post-antibiotic era where minor wound or a routine surgery could again become deadly. So against this backdrop, scientists have turned to an unlikely ally, and which is graphene oxide, a material born out not out in biology but in the lab of nanotechnology. So graphene is a single layer of carbon atom arranged in a honeycomb lattice and has been hailed as a wonder material for its strength, conductivity, versatility, and there are other aspect which is definitely associated with that. When oxided and its gain chemical group that makes its biological active. So researchers discovered that graphene oxide sheet interacts with the bacterial membranes in a way that is both subtle and devastating. So while microscopic blade they pierce and disrupts the lipid wall of harmful bacteria, causing them to leak or die. Yet remarkably, human cell remains unharmed. And the selectivity lies in the differences between bacterial and mammalian membranes, and this is very architectural of life, and that becomes the shield that protects us. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. So this will remind us and determine the reach of our channel. So this discovery is more than a lab curiosity. So it represents a paradigm shift in antimicrobial strategy. So unlike antibiotic, which targets specific biochemical pathway and can be actually outmaneuvered by mutations, graphene oxide attacks the physical integrity of bacteria. So resistance is in this way is far harder to evolve. A bacterium cannot easily re-engineer its membranes to withstand the sharp edges of graphene sheet without compromising its own survival. So thus graphene oxide offers a weapon that sidesteps the evolutionary arm race that has actually plugged into antibiotic development. So the implication ripples outward. Imagine hospital surfaces coated with graphene oxide film, silently neutralizing a pathogen before they spread. So picture would be like dressing infused with graphene oxide, protecting patients from infection without the need for systematic drug. So considering all this, consider the water purification system where graphene oxide eliminates the harmful microbes while leaving beneficial one untouched. So each application transform the material from a marvel of physics into a guardian of health. So, yet, as with all scientific breakthroughs, the caution temper is excitement. And the researchers must ensure that the long-term exposure to graphene oxide does not produce unforeseen effect in human tissues or ecosystem. So, balance between efficiency and safety must be carefully measured. Moreover, the scaling production of graphene oxide to industrial level poses challenges in cost and sustainability. Promise is immense, but realization also requires meticulous engineering and ethical foresight. So, philosophically, the rise of graphene oxide as a microbial slayer underscores a deeper truth. Solution of biological crisis may emerge from realm far beyond biology. A material once prized for electronics now stands at the frontier of medicine. So this coverage of disciplines, physics like chemistry and microbiology illustrates the interconnectedness of human knowledge. So, in the lattice of carbon atoms, we glimpse not just strength and conductivity, but a new chapter in the story of survival. As superbug continues to threaten the modern medicine, graphene oxide offers hope that the tide can be turned. And it is not a kind of which is very powerful, but a powerful addition to our arsenal of medicines, of safeguarding the health. In its sharp edges and selective touches, we find a reminder that the innovation often lies at the boundaries of field waiting to be discovered. The fight against the superbug is far from over, but with graphene oxide, humanity may have found a material ally as a resilient and adaptable as life itself. So, in this war against the antibiotic resistance, graphene oxides stand as a chemical cure, but as also a material revolution. Its atom-thin blade reminds us that the innovation often lies at the crossroad of disciplines, where physics meets medicines and nanotechnology becomes the shield for the life. The challenge ahead is too actually hard but promising. Promise with the responsibility and scaling production, ensuring safety and weaving it into the fabric of healthcare. Definitely it is there, but still require a sharper understanding and experiment. If the success of graphene oxide may mark the dawn of new era where the superbug lose their grip, the humanity reclaim its edge. So this is for today. We have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching. We will request you to like and subscribe our channel. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In an era where the artificial intelligence debates blur the line between mind and machine, the voice of an ancient sage still echoes with a startling clarity. I'm talking about Rishi Kapil, the father of Sankhya philosophy, who once declared that existence is woven from two eternal threads. One is Purush, that means pure consciousness, and another is Prakriti, that means nature. 25 centuries later, his vision feels uncannily modern. So let's find out more about this philosophy. In the long arc of Indian philosophy, few figures shines with a clarity and a rational brilliance, and we are talking about Rishi Kapil, the sage credited with founding of the Sankhya Darshan, and his vision was not of a ritual or myth, but an analysis, definitely also an attempt to map the very structure of existence. In an age where the spiritual truth were often veiled in the symbolism, Kapil offered a framework that was systematic, logical, and enduring. His contribution was not merely to Indian thought, but to the universal quest for understanding consciousness and matter. Kapil's philosophy began with a profound dualism, the distinction between Purush and Prakriti. So, Purush is pure consciousness, which is eternal, unchanging, and the silent witness of reality, while the Prakriti is nature, which is dynamic and mutable, the source of all material phenomena. From their interplay arises the cosmos, with its multi-simplicity of form and experience. The vision was revolutionary, for it explained the universe not as a whim of God, but unfolding principles ordered knowable and accessible to human reasons. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So let's continue further on this subject. He enumerated 25 tattva or principles that chart the evolution of universe from subtle intellect and egos and to the mind and also senses and element. And this systematic approach gave Sankhya its name, enumeration, and its enduring appeal. Kapil's framework becomes the foundation upon which later traditions, including yoga and Ayurveda, built their practices. The Trigun theory, that is three-dimension theory, and in this Trigun theory there are three subjects which definitely are debatable and they are very, very unique. One is sattva means purity. The other one is rajas, that means passion, and the last one is tamas, that is darkness. And this all remains the central of understanding human psychology and health even today. So while Kapil was not merely a philosopher of categories, his ultimate concern was liberation, that is moksha. And he taught that bondages arise when the consciousness identifies with the matter, mistaking the transient of eternal. So that is one thing which is very, very deep. And when we talk about liberation comes through a discrimination and recognizing the difference between Purush and Prakriti. In this clarity lies freedom, the soul no longer entangled in the cycles of birth and death, but resting in its own pure awareness. His path was one of the knowledge, and it is not a ritual, but it is insight and not any kind of spiritual superficiality, you know. So in 2026, the Kapil's relevance is striking. So as humanity grapples with the artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and the blurring of boundaries between mind and machine, his distinction between consciousness and material processes offer a lens of clarity. So neuroscience may map the mind, the algorithm may stimulate thought, but Kapil's remind us that awareness itself, the silent witness, is actually indissoluble. So his philosophy resonates with modern debate on whether consciousness can be explained by material science or whether it points to something beyond. So definitely this is a point of discussion, getting more awareness about this. So moreover, Kapil's Trigun theory finds echoes in contemporary psychology and behavioral science. The restless drive of rajas, the inertia of tamas, and the clarity of sattva mirrors the state of mind studied even today. So his insight into the idea that effects the pre-exist in the cause align with the modern understanding of continuity in neutral processes. So in a sustainability discourse, his vision of interconnectedness between matter and consciousness inspire holistic approach of ecology and ethics. So Kapil's legacy also lives in Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna speaks of Sankhya as the path of wisdom and contemplating yoga and devotion. His rational spirit influenced Buddhist and Jain thoughts also, and his systematic enumeration shaped the centuries of Indian intellectual life. So in every age, his philosophy has been rediscovered not as a relic but a living framework of inquiry of living, understanding the Sankhya philosophy. As we stand in 2026, facing crisis of environment, technology, and identity, Kapil's voice whispers across millennia and seek clarity, distinguish the eternal from the transient, and liberation will follow. So his contribution is not confined to ancient text. It is a compass of modern seekers, scientists, and philosophers alike. In the lattice of his 25th principle, we find not only a map of cosmos but a mirror for the human conditions. Kapil's gift was not the courage to think systematically, to trust reason alongside devotion, and to see the liberation as the fruit of knowledge. His Sankhya reminds us one of the humanity's earliest and most profound attempt to understand existence. In 2026, as we decode genomes and program a machine, his wisdoms reminds us the dance of matter is endless, but the witness, the Purush, remains untouched, eternal and free. So we have come to the end of this live stream. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward for your comments on this topic. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, the mystery of our third interstellar visitor has finally been solved. In this video, we dive into the groundbreaking discovery of 3I Atlas and the incredible journey astronomers took to trace its path back to its source. For years, we wondered where this high-speed wanderer originated, but the answer is more chilling than we ever imagined. While Oumuamua and Borisov gave us the glimpse into the other star systems, 3I Atlas is different. New data reveals it was born in an environment of absolute extremes and extreme cold galactical origins that challenges everything we know about how comets and the planetary system forms. Let us explore this further. In the vast silence of ocean of the cosmos, things usually stay in their place. Stars keep their clusters, planets follow their tracks, but every once in a while, a ghost appears, a wanderer. In 2017, we saw Oumuamua, a bizarre cigar-shaped shard that defied explanation. In 2019, we saw 2I Borisov, a rogue comet that looked familiar but felt alien. But now in 2026, we have the third visitor, which is 3I Atlas. In fact, 2025, but we are still tracking in 2026. When it first appeared in 2025, July 1st, we knew it was fast. We knew it was big. But as it sped past our sun and began its long journey back into the void, it left us a parting gift, a chemical fingerprint. For months, the world's most powerful telescopes from Alama Array in high desert of Chile or the James Webb Space Telescope have been staring at this frozen traveler. And the data just came back, and we are now finally, we know where the 3i Atlas came from. And this truth is, it is colder than anything we have ever imagined. Alright, so friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why 3i Atlas is so terrifying, we have to look at what it is. Astronomer calls it an interstellar object. It wasn't born in our solar system. It didn't form near Jupiter or just in the Oort cloud. It's an immigrant from another star system, likely ejected billions of years ago. On April 24th, 2026, a team from the University of Michigan led by astronomers Teresa Caureno and Luis Salazar Manzano published a paper in Nature Astronomy that changed everything. They weren't just looking at the comet's shape, they were looking at its heavy water, specifically deuterated water or HDO. In our solar system, comets have a specific ratio of regular water to heavy water. It's like a biological signature of our sun's birth. But 3i Atlas was different. Its ratio of heavy water is 30 times higher than any comet in our solar system, and it is 40 times higher than the water in our own oceans. This isn't just a slight difference. This is a neon sign screaming that this object was born in an environment we can barely comprehend. So what does this heavy water ratio tells us? It's a thermometer for the deep past. Chemical processes that create this much deuterium only happens in extreme conditions, specifically temperatures below 30 Kelvin. That is minus 406 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 253 degrees Celsius. Imagine a place so cold that even the atoms themselves seems to move in slow motion. This is where 3i Atlas was born. But here is a kicker. Astronomers think it didn't just come from a cold planet. It likely came from a loner star. Our sun was born in a crowded nursery surrounded by sibling stars that provided heat and radiation. But the home star of 3i Atlas, it was like outcast born in a dark, isolated corners of the Milky Way, where there was no other star keeping the neighborhood warm. Scientists are calling it a cold galactic origin. This comet is essentially a 10 billion year old ice cube that has preserved the chemistry of a dead, frozen era of our galaxy. If the temperature doesn't haunt you, the age will definitely do. Our sun is roughly 4.6 billion years old, and we think that is ancient. But 3i Atlas initially estimated that it could be 11 billion years old. Think about that. When 3i Atlas was forming in its dark frozen cradle, the Earth didn't even exist. Our sun didn't exist. The Milky was a completely different shape. This object has been drifting through the vacuum of space for twice as long as our entire world has been alive. It is a cosmic fossil. It has survived the death of its home star, the collision of galaxies, and the slow expansion of the universe, all to end up in our backyard for a brief month, right? You might be wondering, why does it matter if the rock is cold and old? It matters because 3i Atlas is the mirror. By studying its chemistry, we aren't just learning about the random comet, we are learning about the diversity of the universe. Until now, we thought our solar system's recipe was standard. We thought water was simply water. But 3i Atlas shows us that there are regions of galaxy where building block of life are fundamentally different. If the comet had crashed into a young planet in its home system, that planet would have ocean filled with heavy water. Would life even be possible there? Or would it be a world of heavy biology fundamentally incompatible with us? As we speak, 3i Atlas is moving at 137,000 miles per hour. It has already passed Jupiter. It is heading back into the interstellar dark, away from the warmth of our sun that briefly woke it up from its long slumber. We may never see it again. In a few years, it will be just another data point in our archives, but it leaves us with a terrifying, beautiful realization: the universe is much, much bigger, much older, and much colder than we dare to believe. We have just, warm up little campfire in a very, very cold forest, right? So, friends, what do you think about this? If you have any question, do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you want to keep up with the latest from the deep freeze of space, hit that subscribe button and stay curious. This next visitor could be the right around the corner. So friends, see you in the next one. But before I leave, a word from our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
For centuries, lightning has been regarded as a terrestrial phenomena or inspiring but earth-bound spectacle of raw energy. Right? I think you must have seen it. Sometimes it creates ripples in your heart. Sometimes you enjoy the spectacle. It strikes across the sky, illuminating the storm clouds, rattling windows, reminding humanity of nature's, which is untamed power. Yet, in the recent years, scientists have begun to uncover a startling truth. Lightning is not confined to Earth, influencing the delicate balance of space weather that governs satellites, communication system, and even the safety of astronauts. The breakthrough actually came from a small NASA satellite, modest in size and but monumental in ambition. Unlike the towering rockets or sprawling observation that often dominates the headlines, this satellite was designed with a precision, simplicity, and its mission definitely was study the electromagnetic fingerprints of lightning and trace how these pulses interact with ionosphere and the charged layer of Earth's upper atmosphere and beyond. Into a vastness of near Earth space, what it discovered actually had sparked a revolution in our understanding of space weather. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching, because that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, lightning is, it turned out, is more than a flash of light and a crackle of thunder. Each bolt, sends electromagnetic waves and racing upwards, piercing the ionosphere like invisible arrow. And this wave, known as whistlers, for these array and descending tones, when captured by radio receivers, can travel thousands of kilometers along the Earth's magnetic field lines. And in doing so, they disturb the charged particles and alter radiation belts and create a cascading effect that ripple through the space environment. For decades, space weather was thought to be driven primarily by solar activity, the flares, the coronal mass ejections, the solar winds that actually enters or disturbs the Earth's magnetosphere. While the sun remains the dominant force, lightning has now emerged as a hidden partner in its cosmic dance. So, as NASA satellite revealed that the terrestrial storm contribute to the fluctuation in radiation level around the Earth, subtly shapes the condition faced by satellites and spacecraft. In essence, every thunderstorm is a participation in the grand theater of space weather. So thus implication was profound communication network and GPS system and power grid all actually are kind of forced, kind of have a very soft softness to the space weather disruption. So, by recognizing lightning role, the scientists can redefine predictive model and offering more accurate warning to industries and governments. A storm in the Midwest may not only ground the flight or knock out the local power, it may also send ripples into the orbit, affecting the satellite that guides ship across the ocean and monitor climate change. So beyond the practical, there is a poetic resonance to this discovery. So lightning, along a symbol of divine wrath or a natural chaos, is now revealed as a bridge between earth and space. It connects the terrestrial and celestial, reminding us that the boundaries are imagined between sky and cosmos, and these are porous. So the flash that terrifies a child at night or inspire a poet verses is also a signal in the gray made lot of difference, So and this revolution is not merely scientific, it is also cultural. By reframing lightning as a space weather agent, humanity is inviting to see storm differently. So they are also isolated tempest, but nodes in the planetary system that extend the outward to the stars. The small NASA satellite has given us a new lens, one that transforms every thundercloud into a participant in the cosmic dynamics. So as recent research actually continues, we may find that lightning holds further secrets, perhaps influencing auroras, perhaps interacting with the cosmos rays, or perhaps even shaping the long-term evolution of Earth's magnetosphere. So what is certain is that the spark has been lit, and a revolution is underway, one that begins with a flash in the sky and extends into the infinite expanse of space. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. Do send your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. But before we end this particular live stream, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. It is officially happening now. After months of intense speculation, Space has filed its S1 prospectus with the SEC, setting the stage for what is projected to be the largest initial public offering, which is also known as IPO, in the history of mankind. With a target valuation of up to 1.75 trillion, Elon Musk space giant is ready to hit the Nasdaq under the ticker symbol SPCX. In this video, therefore, we break down everything you need to know about the upcoming SpaceX IPO, including the critical dates you need to mark on your calendar and how retail investors can potentially participate. Let's go. For years, it was just a rumor, a what if conversation on the message boards. But today the conversation is over. SpaceX has finally filed its S1 prospectus with the SEC, and we are witnessing what is arguably the most significant capital market event of the decade. We're talking about a company that has already changed the physics of rockets and space travel, now aiming for a 1.75 trillion valuation on the Nasdaq. I'm talking about the SpaceX IPO, and the ticker symbol is SPCX. And this is expected to hit the market as early as June 12th, 2026. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. For a long time, Elon Musk was adamant SpaceX would stay private until we had a stable, functioning Mars colony. So what changed? The scale of ambition. Basically, SpaceX isn't just launching rockets anymore. It's an integrated powerhouse. Following the merger with XAI, the company is positioning itself as the backbone of space-based AI infrastructure. With a planned roadshow kicking off around June 4th, the company is looking to raise up to 75 billion to fuel its next phase of growth. So when you buy SPCX on the Nasdaq market, you aren't just buying rockets, you're buying a massive interconnected portfolio. What this portfolio contains? First, the Starlink, which is the crown jewel. It's profitable and currently drive massive chunk of company's revenue. Next, launch services, dominating the global market with securing crucial government and defense contract. Basically, if anybody has to send their spacecraft or satellite to space, SpaceX is one of the best viable option. Third is the Starship itself, the key to lowering cost and enabling future Moon and Mars mission. Therefore, Starship is a major product line from SpaceX. And lastly, the XAI integration, adding a layer of artificial intelligence that aims to build data centers in space. It isn't all smooth sailing. There is significant controversy regarding the governance structure. Reports indicate a dual class share structure where Class B shares, mostly held by Musk and the insiders, carry 10 votes per share, while the public Class A shares carry only 1 vote. The institutional investors have already voiced concerns about this level of concentration, noting that Musk will retain roughly 79% of the voting power. Add in the challenge of Musk juggling Tesla, X, Neuralink, and XAI, and you have some serious questions about where his focus truly lies. If you are a retail investor, this is what you have been waiting for. With the Nasdaq listing, direct exposure to the space economy is finally within reach. However, proceed with caution. IPOs, especially one with much hype, are notoriously volatile. Analysts are warning that you should look past the Musk factor and dive deep into their financials. Are you paying for the current reality, or are you paying for the next 20 years of projected growth? I mean, that's a very important question that every investor must contemplate. The countdown is officially on. Whether this becomes the IPO of the century or the cautionary tale, one thing is certain: the way we view the space, data, and the stock market is about to change forever. Keep an eye on the June 12th date, and as always, do your own due diligence before jumping into the stratosphere. My name is CK, and I will see you very soon in the next deep dive. Before I go today, however, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज हमारे सामने एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है जिसका आंसर हमें ढूंढना बहुत ही जरूरी है। ये क्वेश्चन है, क्या आज के आधुनिक बिजनेस वर्ल्ड में धर्म और रणनीति का कोई स्थान है या कोई स्थान रह गया है? इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है और हमें इसका डिस्कशन करना है। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। एक सीईओ के रूप में अनिश्चितता और कठिन निर्णयों के बीच आप अपना कर्तव्य कैसे निभा सकते हैं? इस वीडियो में हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे और हम जानेंगे कि भगवान कृष्ण ने हमें क्या सीख दी है, और इस इम्पोर्टेंट सवाल का आंसर खोजने में हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। एक सीईओ की कुर्सी जो होती है काफी चमकदार होती है, बहुत ही अट्रैक्टिव होती है, लेकिन इसके पीछे बहुत ज्यादा अनसर्टेनिटी होती है, तनाव, हर दिन के जीवन के कठोर निर्णय। वो ये केवल वही जानता है जो उस कुर्सी पे बैठता है। जब जाने कि कोई लीडर है जो बहुत ही हाई हॉट सीट पे बैठा हुआ है। क्या आपने कभी इसको महसूस किया है कि आपकी सारी स्ट्रेटेजी फेल हो रही है? मार्केट गिरता ही जा रहा है, आप समझ ही नहीं पा रहे क्या करना है, टीम बिखरने लगी है और सब कुछ गलत हो रहा है, और इसके बीच में एक लकीर खींची हुई है। आप उस लकीर पे क्या करना है वो आप तय करते हैं एज ए सीईओ। आज हम किसी मैनेजमेंट बुक की बात नहीं करेंगे, आज हम बात करेंगे दुनिया के सबसे पुराने, सबसे प्रभावशाली लीडरशिप गाइड भगवत गीता, और खास तौर पे अध्याय 2 चैप्टर 2 श्लोक 31 में, जिसमें किसी भी सीईओ के लिए किसी वेपन की जो सीख दी गई है किसी वेपन से कम नहीं है। एक स्ट्रेटेजिक मास्टर क्लास की तरह ये हमारे सामने है। और इसका सीधा अर्थ है, अगर हम इस कोट को पढ़ें, इस वर्ष को पढ़ें, और कोट स्टार्ट्स, अपने क्षत्रिय धर्म, अपने यानी कि अपने कर्तव्य को देखते हुए भी तुम्हें विचलित नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि धर्म के लिए ही, न्याय के लिए ही युद्ध करने से बेहतर एक योद्धा के लिए और कुछ भी नहीं है। एंड द कोट क्लोज। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके ज़रूर बताएं कि आप कौन सी सिटी से, कौन सी कंट्री से हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा वीडियो देख रहे हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। अब एक सीईओ के तौर पे आप सोचेंगे, मैं युद्ध कैसे कर सकता हूँ, मैं तो बिजनेस कर रहा हूँ। लेकिन जरा रुकिए, आज का बाजार किसी कुरुक्षेत्र से कम नहीं है, और यहाँ पे कट थ्रोट कंपटीशन होता है। नैतिकता बनाम मुनाफा, और टीम के बजाय टीम को बचाए रखने के लिए जद्दोजहद, क्योंकि टीम आपका कॉम्पिटिटर ले जाएगा। तो यही तो वो युद्ध है जो हमें हर दिन लड़ना होता है। सो इस श्लोक में बोला गया है कि क्षत्रिय अर्थ केवल वो नहीं जो तलवार उठाता है, इसका अर्थ वो है जो व्यक्ति जिम्मेदारी लेने से नहीं डरता। जब गीता में भगवान कृष्ण ने अर्जुन से कहा कि तुम विचलित मत हो, तो वो एक सीईओ को सिखा रहे हैं, एक सीईओ की तरह उनको सिखा रहे हैं, और बोल रहे हैं कि आपको विचलित नहीं होना है, कितनी भी बड़ी मार्केट रियलिटी आपके सामने हो। और इन डिसीजन का अंत होना चाहिए। जब कोई बड़ा फैसला लेना हो तो आप स्वधर्म, अपनी, जैसे कि अपनी कंपनी के विजन और मूल्यों को देखें, और अगर फैसला सही है तो परिणाम से मत डरें, डर का त्याग करें, अर्थात कांपना छोड़ें। एक सीईओ को का डर पूरी टीम में फैल जाता है। अगर आप डरे हुए हैं तो आपकी रणनीति भी डरी हुई होगी, क्योंकि न्याय के लिए खड़ा होना है, अक्सर मार्केट में टिके रहने के लिए, और अनिकता, जिसको अनएथिकल बोलते हैं, रास्ते कई दफ़ा अपना लेते हैं कई लोग, क्योंकि खड़ा रहना है, और अनएथिकल जो रास्ता होता है वो थोड़ा सा आसान दिखता है। श्लोक कहते हैं कि अधर्म के खिलाफ लड़ना आपका धर्म है। यही आपकी स्ट्रैटेजी होनी चाहिए, कि आपके मुनाफे से पहले आपकी वैल्यूज़ को आपको सामने रखना होगा। और अब इसको हम लीडरशिप में लगाएं, तो इसको हम कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट करें, तो यहाँ पे मैं आपको 3 स्टेप बताऊंगा, जिससे आप इसको धीरे धीरे अपने जीवन में डाल सकते हैं, और अपने डिसीजंस बेटर ले सकते हैं। तो पहला है द पर्पस। पर्पस की परिभाषा करें। जब भी कोई मुश्किल आए, खुद से पूछें, क्या यह फैसला मेरी कंपनी के लिए वैल्यू के अनुरूप है? अगर हाँ, तो पीछे ना हटें, आगे बढ़ें। नंबर 2, कन्विक्शन के साथ लीड करें, क्योंकि आपने पहला पॉइंट आपने देख लिया है। श्लोक कहता है कि न्याय का युद्ध है ये। अगर आपकी रणनीति सही है तो आप पूरी ताकत से आगे बढ़ें। अधूरे अधूरे मन से लिए गए फैसले हमेशा घाटा देते हैं। नंबर 3, स्टेक होल्डर की सुरक्षा करें। एक योद्धा अपने राज की रक्षा करता है, अपने कर्मचारियों को, इन्वेस्टर, जिसको हम निवेशक भी बोलते हैं, ग्राहकों की रक्षा करता है। और जब आप डिफेंसिव नहीं बल्कि वैल्यू ड्रिवन लीडर बनते हैं तो आप अजय हो जाते हैं। तो दोस्तों, ये 3 मंत्र हैं जो आप अपनी लाइफ में उसको फॉलो कर सकते हैं, जो हमें भगवत गीता से इस पर्टिकुलर 2 लाइनों के श्लोक में मिलते हैं। दोबारा से बोलता हूँ, चैप्टर 2 श्लोक 31, और आपको यह याद दिलाता है कि आप एक सीईओ ही नहीं, आप एक लीडर हैं, जिसे न्याय और प्रगति के लिए खड़ा होना है। आज अपने बोर्ड रूम में जाने से पहले बस ये याद रखें कि जो कंडीशंस हैं वो कितनी भी कठिन हो, अगर आपका धर्म, आपका कर्तव्य और नैतिकता आप के रास्ते पे आप चल रहे हैं, तो हारने का कोई सवाल ही नहीं पैदा होता। अगर आप लीडर हैं और आपको लगता है कि ये संदेश आपके किसी सहकर्मी या दोस्त के काम आ सकता है, तो उनके साथ शेयर करें और हमें कमेंट करके बताएं कि आपके लिए कॉर्पोरेट धर्म का सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज क्या है। हम उस पर चर्चा करेंगे आने वाले वीडियो में। सब्सक्राइब करना ना भूलें। मिलते हैं जल्दी अगले वीडियो में। तब तक के लिए आपका हम प्रार्थना करेंगे आपका दिन शुभ रहे और आप सक्सेस पाएं। थैंक यू। नमस्कार। Hello friends, welcome. Namaskaram. Let me ask you, are you managing your company by some sort of a manual, or you are leading with the vision? This is a very profound question, and we will try and unravel the mysteries by taking help from Bhagavad Gita. We will understand difference between rigid knowledge and the true actionable wisdom. Just as the vast lake provides more water than a small one, enclosed well, a leader's capacity for insight often surpasses the limitation of the written rules and standard procedures. In this video, we translate this ancient metaphor into the modern business strategy for CEOs and senior executives. Let's go. We live in a world of checklists, standard operating procedures, the best practices. As a CEO, I have spent my entire career building the manual. We write it to ensure consistency. We write it to reduce risk. We write it so that when things go wrong, we can point to a page and say, this is how we fix it. And make no mistakes, the manual is vital. It creates a foundation of any scalable business. But today, I want to talk to you about the limit of that foundation. I want to talk about the ceiling that the manual creates and why the most successful leaders, the one who truly scale their impact, eventually realize they must look beyond the best manual that they have created. There is a timeless piece of wisdom from Bhagavad Gita, specifically mentioned in chapter 2, verse 46, that perfectly captures the struggle of the modern executive. And the quote starts, just as a big lake can minimize the importance of a small well, so does the knower of the absolute truth proficient in scriptures serves better than the Vedas. And the quote close. So, friends, if you have reached so far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in, and that will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's break down that metaphor and we start implementing this in our modern day business landscape. The small well is your manual. It is your SOPs. It is your quarterly KPIs, your rigid organizational structure, and your tiered, methodologies, tried and tested strategies. It is essential, right? It is where you get your water when you're thirsty. But as a well is confined, it is the hole dug in a ground with a fixed radius. It holds a specific finite amount of water. The big lake, however, is something else entirely. The lake represents a holistic wisdom. It represents strategic intuition, deep market understanding, and the ability to synthesize information that isn't written down in any handbook. So, when you are reliant only on the well, you are limited by the depth of the well. If the industry changes and if the climate shifts, your well might run dry. But when you are a knower of the absolute truth, when you possess that broader, deeper wisdom, you are not dependent on a single source of water. You are the one who understands how the ecosystem works. You don't just know the rule of the games, you understand the nature of the game itself. Why do so many CEOs struggle with this? Because we are rewarded for doing, we are rewarded for efficiency. The manual is comfortable. It removes the need for judgment. When you follow the manual, you are never wrong. You're just compliant. But the true leader isn't about compliance, it's about adaptation. I see leaders every day who are paralyzed because of this particular manual in their life. For the market crisis, because the market crisis has not been written yet. They are looking for the page in the playbook that tells them how to handle a disruptive competitor or a shifting global economy. And they can't find it. And because they only know how to draw from the well, they panic. The knower of absolute truth isn't looking for the answer in an answer in this contest. They are looking at the market, the people, and the possibilities. They have cultivated a mindset of wisdom that allows them to make high stake decisions when the data is incomplete or the manual is obsolete. So, how do you move from the well to the lake? How do you transition from a manager of the processes to the master of strategic wisdom? It starts with intellectual humility. You must be willing to admit that your current way of doing things, your will, might be limiting your potential. Second, it requires the first principles thinking. Don't just ask, what does this SOP says? Ask, what is the actual problem we are trying to solve here? Strip away the procedures and look at the core reality of the business. Third, it requires synthesis. This is what the verse means by proficient in scriptures. It doesn't mean memorizing the rules, it means understanding the principles behind them. If you understand the why behind your business, you can create a new how when the situation demands it. The best CEOs are not just reading the manual, they are reading the room, they are reading the market, and also they are reading the future. They are the ones who can look at the complex, messy, unscripted situations and draw a clearer path forward, and that is their lake. So, when you embrace this, your leadership changes. You stop micromanaging the how and start inspiring the why. You stop fearing the deviations from the norm and start seeking them as an opportunity for innovation. You become leader who isn't just surviving the day to day, you are thriving in the absolute truth of your industry. You stop being a slave to the SOP and start being the master of the vision. Think about your organization right now. Is it a well or is it a lake? Are your people empowered to think with wisdom or are they terrified of breaking the rules? If you want to grow, if you want to scale, you have to be the one to show them the lake. Chapter 2, verse 46 of Gita isn't telling us to throw away the Vedas or, in our case, the manual. It is telling us that there is something greater than the text. There is the understanding, there is the wisdom. Today, I challenge you, open your manual, use it, respect it, and value it, but then put it down, look up, look at the horizon, build a lake. Because the world doesn't need more people who can follow instructions. The world needs leader who can create wisdom, navigate complexity, and guide us towards a future that no manual could ever predict. Friends, if you have any questions, do send it across in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. For decades, the thick yellow-orange clouds of Venus have hidden a secret. While we have understood the upper atmosphere, the lower haze has remained one of the planetary science's greatest enigma until now. In this video, we dive into the groundbreaking discovery that reveals the true source of this mysterious layer, which is cosmic dust. Let's go and find this out. Venus is often called as Earth's evil twin. At first glance, it is the same size, has the same composition, and sits right next door in our solar system. But beneath that beautiful glowing facade lies a nightmare. Surface temperature hot enough to melt lead, atmospheric pressures that would crush a submarine, and thick cloud of corrosive sulfuric acid. For over 50 years since the first probe, like the US, beg your pardon, Soviet Vanra and NASA's Pioneer Venus descended into the toxic soup, scientists have been haunted by the specific mystery. Most of the Venus's clouds sit between 47 and 70 kilometers up. But deep below that, below the cloud cover in the lower haze, there is a layer of mysterious particles that shouldn't be there by all accounts. And what causes these particles to float in that area, it was a mystery. So what created them? Why won't they go away? For half a century, we had no answers. But today in 2026, a team of researchers from Thokowu University and the Royal Belgian Institute for Space Astronomy has finally cracked the case. And the answer didn't come from the volcanoes of Venus, it came from the stars. To understand the discovery, we have to understand why the lower haze is so enigmatic in the first place. Friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. On Earth, clouds are simple. Water evaporates, condenses, and eventually fall as rain. On Venus, it's a cycle of sulfur. Sulfuric acid clouds dominate the upper atmosphere. However, as you go deeper towards the surface, the temperature skyrockets. By the time you get below 47 kilometers, it becomes so hot that sulfuric acid cannot exist as a liquid droplet. It evaporates into gas. Logically, the clouds should just stop, but they don't. Probes descending through this kill zone in the year 1970 and it is detected a persistent ghostly haze of solid particles. For decades, the theories flew. Was it volcanic ash being kicked up from the surface? Was it some strange chemical reaction? We didn't understand at all. None of these models worked. The math never added up until Hiroki Karayu and his team decided to look at what Venus was eating from space. Every day, every planet in our solar system is bombarded by cosmic dust, tiny fragments left behind by the comets and colliding asteroids. We see these on Earth as shooting stars. When these meteors hit an atmosphere, they burn up, creating what scientists call meteoric smoke. These are nanometer-sized mineral particles, essentially tiny bits of iron, magnesium, and silicon. The research team used a state-of-the-art microphysical model to trace the life cycle of these particles as they enter the Venusian atmosphere. Here is the aha moment. As this cosmic dust drifts down from top of the atmosphere, it enters the sulfuric acid cloud deck. Instead of just passing through these tiny mineral bits as nuclei, essentially the seeds that sulfuric acid droplets grow around, but then the particles keep falling. They reach that 47-kilometer mark where the heat becomes unbearable. The sulfuric acid shell evaporates away, but the solid mineral core, which is the cosmic dust, remains. This is where the mystery is truly solved. When the acid evaporates, it leaves behind these naked mineral cores. Because the atmosphere at this depth is so dense, these tiny particles start bumping into each other at very high rate. They don't just bounce off, they kick, they stick also. Sometimes they kick, move away and collide with other particles. This process is called the coagulation. These tiny grains of stardust clumps together to form larger, more complex particles. This is exactly what the Pioneer Venus probe saw decades ago, the haze of solid, non-volatile particles that survived the heat. The team simulation didn't just suggest this could happen. The result matched the decade-old data from Venera and the Pioneer probes with startling accuracy. After 50 years, the ghost of Venus has a name. It is the processed remains of billions of shooting stars. So why does this matter beyond just solving an old puzzle? Because this dust isn't just a passive visitor. It is actively terraforming, or rather Venus forming, the planet's climate. The researchers found that these cosmic seeds increase Venus' total cloud production by 20 to 30%. Without this rain of space dust, Venus might have thinner clouds, which would fundamentally change how much solar energy the planet reflects and how much heat it traps. Furthermore, these dust particles contains metallic elements like iron. This could finally explain the unknown UV absorber, the mysterious substance in Venus's cloud that sucks up ultraviolet light and has baffled astronomers for nearly a century. If the clouds are salted with iron from space, that explains the UV absorption perfectly. This discovery changes how we look at every planet. If the cosmic dust is shaping the atmosphere of Venus, it is likely doing the same for Jupiter, Saturn, and even distant exoplanets we are just now discovering. But the best part, we won't have to wait another 50 years to confirm this. In late 2020s, NASA Da Vinci mission will plunge through Venusian's atmosphere with most advanced sensors ever built. It will taste the air, measure the dust, and hopefully gives us high definition look at the cosmic haze we finally have understood now. The morning star still has many secrets, but thanks to a little bit of stardust and some brilliant modeling, one of its oldest mystery is finally put to rest. So friends, we have come to the end, and I see Megha Sharma joining us from LinkedIn, and she is joining us from Delhi. So Megha Sharma, great, you have informed us about your city. So friend, we have come to the end of our live stream today. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, can the ancient wisdom solve the modern CEO's biggest challenge? In order to answer this question, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to explore why the state of Samadhi is becoming the ultimate North Star for the 21st century executive. In the area of market volatility and constant burnout, a leader's greatest asset isn't their strategy, it is their equanimity. We break down the Sanskrit wisdom of Yajna, Kam, and Kushalam through the lens of verse 6.23, which teaches us the true mastery is a state where no external crisis can perturb your inner peace.
In the modern corporate world, we have a name for the principle of success. We call it making it. We envision the corner office, the global influence, the high stake decisions, etc. But if you ask a CEO today, what their reality actually looks like. They won't talk about victory. They will talk about volatility. They will talk about the 3 a.m. anxiety, the black swan event, the crushing weight of responsibility for thousands of employees, and the constant noise of 24 by 7 market. Most leaders are living in a state of high functioning panic. But if I told you that 7,000 years ago, on a battlefield far removed from the glass skyscrapers, a solution was written for exactly this kind of pressure. Today we are looking at Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 23. We are going to explore why Samadhi, a term often reserved for monks in caves, is actually the most practical, competitive, and essential goal for the modern executive. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's continue. Let's look at the text, verse 23 of chapter 6, and it says, quote starts, "Let it be known that the state of the severance from the union with the misery is called yoga. This yoga must be practiced with determination and an unprecedented mind." Now, let's unpack this first phrase, the severance from the union with misery. As a CEO, you often united with the outcome of your company. If the stock drops, you are miserable. If a competitor launches a better product, you are miserable again. Verse 23 suggests a state of yoga which we call samadhi, where that cord is cut. It isn't that the problem go away. It is that your union with the pain of those problems is severed. This is the state where the leader knows there is nothing greater left to achieve. It is about retirement. It's about reaching a level of internal mastery that makes external chaos irrelevant. The verse continues to explain that in this state, the practitioner is not perturbed by anything come what may. Think about the last crisis you faced. Did you react or did you respond? Well, reaction is emotional. It is driven by the fear of loss. Response is intellectual. It is driven by the samadhi, by clarity. For a CEO, being unperturbed is a superpower. Imagine a boardroom where everyone is losing their head because of the quarterly mess. The leader who has mastered Gita 6.23 sit in the center of the storm. They aren't cold or indifferent. They are simply not shaken. Because they have attained the internal samadhi, their decision making remains clinical, creative, and objective. While others are blinded by the misery, the samadhi led executive sees the path forward. This is the difference between a leader who survives and leader who resigns. Now the Gita is very, very practical. It doesn't say the state happens by accident. It says the state is achieved only by practicing yoga with determination and optimism. So there are several Sanskrit words related to determinism, and the mind does not become despondent. So we will move on. We will not try and read those Sanskrit words in this verse. For an executive, determination means the discipline of the routine. It's the daily meditation, the deep work, the refusal to let the inbox dictate your soul, etc. What is optimism? Optimism is even more critical. In business, things go wrong. Projects fail. Partnerships soars. If your mind becomes despondent, if you lose your optimism, your leadership dies. The Gita tells us that samadhi isn't a gift for the lucky one. It's a result of the disciplined mind. It's a practice. You have to train your brain to return to center every single day, just as you would train your body in the gym. Now let's talk about the bottom line. Where should a CEO care about the ancient Sanskrit verses? First is cognitive longevity. Stress kills creativity and samadhi preserves it. Next, talent retention. People follow unperturbed leaders, they don't follow the panicked ones. Third, risk management. When you are free from misery, you don't make desperate, high risk gambles to save your ego. You make calculated moves to grow the vision. In the past, we thought the goal of an executive was more market, more share, more revenue, more accolades. But the Gita suggests that the new executive goal is actually enough. When you reach a state where you know there is nothing greater left to achieve, internally you paradoxically become more effective at achieving things externally. You are no longer hungry and desperate, you are focused and formidable. So, as we close this lesson from chapter 6, verse 23, I leave you with a challenge. Look at your calendar for the next week. How much of it is dedicated to the union with misery, the firefighting, the stressing and reacting, and how much is dedicated to severance, the practice of finding your center. The corner office were never meant to be a cage of anxiety, it was meant to be a seat of wisdom. Practice with determination, lead with optimism, and find the state of samadhi where, come what may, you remain the master of your own soul. Thanks for listening, friends. If you have any question or any suggestions, kindly send us a message in the message section below. Before I close this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, a very big question that we want to address today is, are we alone or are we just being watched? For decades, we have scanned the stars for signals, but new speculation from SETI and leading astrophysicists suggest a chilling possibility. It is already too late to hide. While we search for them, humanity has spent the last century broadcasting our presence to the cosmos. In this video, we dive deep into the great silence and why the latest breakthrough in technosignatures and planetary direction suggests that any advanced civilizations within 100 light years likely to already know Earth is a home to an industrial civilization. Let us explore this further.
For over 60 years, humanity has been staring into the abyss of space and asking one simple question: where is everybody? We call it Fermi paradox. The universe is ancient, it is vast, and according to everything we know about biology and physics, it would be crawling with life. Yet, when we point our telescopes at the stars, we get nothing but cold, dead silence. We have assumed that if they were out there, we would have found them by now. We have treated the search for the extraterrestrial intelligence, which is SETI, like a game of cosmic hide and seek, where we are the ones doing the seeking. But in 2026, the conversation has shifted. Leading scientists and researchers are now proposing as much more unsettling reality. The silence isn't because they aren't there, and it isn't because they haven't found us. It's because they likely discovered Earth a long time ago. While we have been whispering into the dark, wondering if we are alone, we have actually been shouting our presence to the galaxy for over a century. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Today we are breaking down the new SETI speculation. We are looking at why it is officially too late to hide, how our own atmosphere is betraying us, and startling new research that suggests alien signals might be hiding in plain sight right in our own data. To understand why we are already visible, we have to look at what we call the technosignature. Since the early 20th century, Earth has been surrounded by an over-expanding bubble of radio waves. This radio bubble is now over 200 light years wide. Inside the bubble are thousands of star systems. If there is a civilization within 100 light years of us with even slightly better technology than ours, they don't need us to send them a hello message. They have already heard our earlier radio broadcasts, our television signals, and most importantly, our high frequency military radars. But it is not just radio. In the last year, researchers have found while exploring the exoplanet, because exoplanets search has reached the fevering pitch right now. We have been using the James Webb Space Telescope to look at the atmospheres of distant worlds, searching for methane, oxygen, carbon dioxide, the building block of life. Now the flip side of this perspective is, if an alien astronomer 50 light years away pointed a telescope similar to JWST or something much more advanced at Earth, what would they see? They wouldn't see the Great Wall of China or our cities. They would see our atmospheric fingerprint. They would see a planet with an atmosphere is in chemical disequilibrium. They would see an abundance of oxygen and nitrogen that shouldn't be there unless life was producing it. And since the Industrial Revolution, they would see technological pollutant, things like CFC and nitrogen dioxide, etc. To a distant observer, Earth isn't just a rock. It's glowing neon sign that says industrial civilization inside here. Alright. So if we are so visible, then why haven't we heard anything back? This brings us to the groundbreaking study published in early 2026 by astronomer like Ben Zuckerman at the UCLA. For decades, SETI has focused on narrowband signals, very specific thin frequency that don't occur in nature. The logic was if we see a needle thin spike on a radiograph, it must be artificial. But the new broadband SETI approach suggests that we have been looking for the wrong thing. Zuckerman and others argue that the advanced civilizations wouldn't waste energy sending weak, narrow signals across the void. They would use directed energy beams, powerful broadband bursts that are much easier to detect across the interstellar distances. And here is a kicker. These signals might already be sitting in our archives. We have been scanning the sky for a century for other purpose and other navigation, mapping the stars, studying black holes. This new speculation suggests that the evidence of aliens isn't waiting to be discovered in the future. It is likely hiding in plain sight. Within the petabytes of data we have already collected, we have just haven't looked at the data with the right algorithm yet. Think of it like this. We have been looking for specific person's voice in a crowded stadium when we should have been looking for the flashlight they were waving. There is another reason for this silence, and it was highlighted in March 2026. Report from SETI Institute. Dr. Vishal Gajar and his team recently discovered a major complication in how we hear the cosmos. It turns out that the space isn't an empty vacuum. It is filled with turbulent plasma and stellar winds. When a signal travels from distant star system to Earth, it has to pass through the space weather of that alien sun. This plasma can smear or broaden a signal. A perfect, clear, narrow broadcast from an alien planet might arrive at Earth looking like a fuzzy, distorted static. The SETI Institute realized that our current search tools are designed to filter out that kind of noise. We have been looking for perfect signal, but the universe is quite messy. This means we could have received a message yesterday, but our computers threw it in the trash because it looked like too much like a natural interference. We are literally turning or tuning into a wrong station. And it is possible the galaxy is far noisier than we ever imagined. So if they were here and if these signals are likely reaching us, why hasn't there been a first contact event? This leads us to the zoo hypothesis. If a civilization is advanced enough to detect our atmospheric pollution from 40 light years away, they are likely centuries ahead of us, if not millennia. To them, we might be like a new species of ants discovered in a remote jungle. You don't walk up the anthill to introduce yourself, you observe it. You set up cameras, you stay hidden so you don't disrupt their natural development. But as our technology improves, as we launch the Nancy Grace Roman telescope and the Habitable World Observatory, we are becoming harder to ignore. We are starting to build our own cameras to look back at them. In April 2026, SETI Institute launched a Discover Future Lab. Their mission was to prepare humanity for the human dimensions of discovery. They aren't just asking how to find life anymore, they're asking what happens next. Because the consensus is changing, first contact might not be a signal we receive, but a realization we find in our own backyard. We used to think universe was a vast empty desert and we are lone campfire in the middle of the night, but the science of 2026 tells a different story. The desert is full of life and our campfire has been blazing single fire over 100 years. Whether it is through leaked radio waves, chemical signatures in our cloud, or the broadband beams we haven't decoded yet, the great silence is starting to feel less like an absence of life and more like a waiting room. The question isn't, are we alone? anymore. The question is, when they finally decide to answer, will we be ready to listen? So friends, thanks for watching this deep dive into the new frontier of SETI. If you want to keep track of this cosmic discoveries with me, make sure that you hit the subscribe button. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word from our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends. In the high-stake world of corporate leadership, volatility is the only constant. But what separates a good leader from an unshakable one? In this video, we explore the profound wisdom of Bhagavad Gita and its direct application to the modern CEOs and different high leadership executives. We dive deep into the concept of samadhi, not as a mystical retreat, but as the ultimate state of the mental clarity and decision making. Let us proceed further on this thought.
In the hushed chamber of Ming era medicine, where the wisdom was linked on scrolls and remedies brewed in porcelain jars, a startling secret has resurfaced. An anesthetic formula centuries ahead of its time. More than a potion, it was a calculated blend of herbs, philosophy designed to silence the pain and study the spirit. This discovery does not just rewrite medical history, it reveals a civilization that understood the delicate frontier between consciousness and oblivion, compassion and science. So the Ming dynasty, often celebrated for its art and for its architecture, now stands illuminated as a pioneer in surgical sophistication. A proof that the quest to ease human suffering is as old as civilization itself. So let's find out more about this. The corridors of history often conceal treasures that redefine our understanding of human ingenuity. One such revelation has emerged from Ming dynasty, where the scholars have uncovered evidence of sophisticated anesthetic use centuries before the modern medicine codified the practice. This discovery does more than enrich the annals of pharmacology. It illuminates the depth of Chinese medicine philosophy and its seamless blend of science, ritual, and pragmatism. So the Ming era spanning 14th to 17th centuries, was a period of flourishing scholarships and innovations and the cultural refinement. Physicians of the time were they are heirs of millennia of accumulated wisdom and drawing from the classical text of Han dynasty and practical refinement of Song era healers. So yet that what sets this anesthetic apart is its demonstration of deliberate calculated approach to pain management. Far from being a crude concoction, it was actually carefully blended mixture of herbal compound designed to dull the sensation, calm the spirit, and allow surgical interventions to proceed with minimal suffering. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, moving forward, archaeological and textual evidence suggests that the anesthetic combined with ingredients like wine, opium, derivatives, and a specific herb known for their seductive properties. So these formulas were not accidental. It is reflected a nuanced understanding of pharmacodynamics and even if it expressed in the language of yin and yang and the five elements. So this is how things is being expressed and defined. So physicians recognized that certain substance could quiet the heart and soften the sinews, and metaphors that today translates into seduction and muscle relaxation. So the sophistication lies in the precision. Doses were calibrated to induce unconsciousness without tipping into a fatal toxicity, a balance that modern anesthesiology still grapple with. So the discovery also reframes our perception of Ming era surgeries. So while often imagined as a limited to caution related or superficial procedures, records now suggest that more invasive operations were attempted in those days and supported by anesthetic techniques. So dental extraction and access drainage of these acids and even the rudimentary abdominal interventions may have been performed under the veil of this herbal seduction. So the anesthetic was not merely a tool, actually. It was a gateway enabling physician to push the boundaries of what was surgically possible in their time. So equally compelling is the cultural context. So in Ming philosophy, medicine was never actually divorced from the morality and cosmology. The act of easing the pain was not only a technical achievement but a moral duty aligned with the Confucian's ideals of benevolence and Taoist principle of harmony. So administrating anesthetic was thus both a scientific act and a ritual of compassion, and reinforcing the physician's role as a guardian of balance between body, spirit, and society. For the modern science, the implications are profound. So this anesthetic challenges the narrative that places the birth of anesthesia in 19th century with ether and chloroform. Instead, it actually reveals a parallel lineage of innovation in the East, where the empirical observation and the herbal experimentation also laid the groundwork for the pain management centuries earlier. So it also invites contemporary pharmacologists to revisit the ancient formula with a fresh eye. What compounds might still hold a untapped potential for modern therapeutics? So that is one thing which everybody, especially the physicians, need to study about this. So in a broader sweep of history, the Ming anesthetic is a reminder that the progress is rarely linear or isolated. Civilizations across the globe have wrestled with some fundamental questions. How do we alleviate suffering, or how do we decrease the suffering and elevate the kind of health of mankind? How do we transform knowledge into healing? So the answer, whether inscribed in bamboo, slips, or parchment or digital code, the converge is the shared human pursuit of mastery over pain. So pain management is definitely a very, very deep, it gives a deep impact, and at the same time it requires a kind of a profound treatment by surgeons and doctors even today. So ultimately, the uncovering of this anesthetic is not just a scientific milestone. It is a testament of enduring sophistication of Chinese medicine. It shows that centuries ago, physicians were already navigating the delicate frontier between consciousness and oblivion, and wielding herbs and philosophy with a precision that resonates even today. So in their hand, the anesthesia was more than a chemistry. It was a compassion distilled into a practice, a bridge between tangible body and the intangible spirit. So, and in rediscovering this wisdom, we are reminded that the quest to heal is as ancient as civilization itself, and as timeless as the human desire to relieve, dignity, and care. So the rediscovery of this Ming era anesthesia is more than a historical curiosity. It is a reminder that compassion and innovation have always walked hand in hand. And centuries before ether and the chloroform, Chinese physicians were already navigating the fragile boundaries between pain and relief, body and the spirit. So their silence auxiliary actually revealed a civilization and attuned but to the dignity of the patient and the whole practice of medicines, especially in pain management. In honoring their wisdom, we see that the pursuit of easing suffering is timeless and echoing across the ages as one of the humanity's most profound achievement. What you feel about it, what you say, would like to add to this in the comments. So I look forward for your comments on this subject. So thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio, and also it has a civil base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Let me ask you, is time really a one-way street? The new research suggests that Einstein's famous wormhole theory might hold the key to the mind-bending possibility of a hidden mirror of time. And friends, as you know, mirror always casts an inverted image. In this video, we break down the latest theoretical physics breakthrough that is challenging everything we know about the arrow of time, entropy, and the fabric of space-time. Could wormhole act as a portal to a mirror reality where time flows in the reverse direction? We dive into the science behind the headlines and explain what this discovery means for the future of quantum mechanics and cosmology. Let's go. What if everything we know about time is backward? We have been told that the time flows in only one direction, from past into the present and towards an inevitable future. It's the arrow of time. But what if that arrow isn't just pointing forward? What if it is also pointing back in the backward direction? And the key to understand that secret lies in one of the most famous yet misunderstood concept in physics, which is the Einstein-Rosen bridge. When we hear about the word wormhole, we think of interstellar. We think of space traveler jumping across galaxies in seconds. But here is the first breakthrough in our understanding today, and that is not what Einstein and Rosen intended. Friends, before we move forward, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the year 1935, Albert Einstein and his colleague Nathan Rosen weren't trying to build a space travel portal. They were struggling with the math of gravity and quantum fields. They created a bridge, a mathematical connection between the two identical symmetrical sheets of space-time. It wasn't a tunnel for a spaceship, it was a theoretical tool meant to reconcile how matter behaves in extreme gravity. Fast forward to 2026, a massive shift in how we interpret those equations have just emerged. Instead of physical tunnel through space, researchers are proposing that the Einstein-Rosen bridge is actually a quantum link between two opposite directions of time. Think of it like a mirror. If you stand in front of a mirror, you will see yourself, right? Now imagine that the mirror doesn't just reflect your image, it reflects your flow. In this new theoretical model, our universe is paired with a mirror, a component where time flows in the exact opposite direction. The bridge isn't the shortcut across the galaxy, it is a fundamental connection that allows quantum systems to remain balanced, consistent, and crucially irreversible. So what does this matter? Why this matters now? Because of the black hole information paradox. For decades, physicists have been terrified that if the information falls into the black hole, it is lost forever. They violate and the violent laws of quantum mechanics, and therefore, there could be only two situations. One is that everything is true, or the quantum mechanics and the laws of relativity works across all positions on in the space. But if this mirror time theory is correct, that information isn't destroyed, it simply evolves along the backward flowing time component. It's not gone, it's just living in the mirror. And this doesn't explain black holes, it might explain the very beginning of everything. Some researchers are now suggesting that our big bang wasn't the absolute beginning. It was more like a some sort of a restarting of something. It may have been a bounce, a transition from a contracting phase of previous universe, mirrored by this strange temporal connection. Even more mind bending is the small relic black holes from this pre bounce phase might still be hiding in our universe today, potentially explaining the mysteries of the dark matter. We aren't building time machines today, and we are not going to be traveling through space tunnels to another galaxy anytime soon. But we might have just discovered a something deeper. That time isn't just a line, it is a tapestry woven together by forward and backward threads, holding in place by most beautiful mathematical bridge ever conceived. The universe isn't just expanding, it is reflecting, and we are finally starting to look into the mirror. So, friends, what do you think about this new proposed idea to solve the biggest issues that we face in our physics today? I'd like to know from you. Please send in your comments. Before I close this live stream, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Every CEO knows the feeling. It is 2 p.m. and the market is dipping. A key executive just resigned and your board is asking for a pivot. In this movement, your heart rates climb and your mind starts to race. You feel the waver. Most leadership training tells you to look outward for a solution, analyzing the data, check the competition, pivot the strategy. But ancient wisdom suggests that the most effective leader don't look out, they look inwards. Today we are exploring a profound lesson from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 21. It's a verse that defines the state of perfection for a yogi. But as we all see that the actual blueprint for the ultimate high pressure performance executive is very well defined in this particular verse. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's look at the verse itself. It says, on attaining perfection, the yogi sees the soul through the purified mind and experience inner joy. In this joyous state of pure bliss or samadhi, which is beyond comprehension of the senses, he never wavers from the path. And the quote close. There are three key pillars here that applies directly to you as a leader. Number one is the purified mind. So in business, we call this clarity. Number two is beyond the senses. In business, we call this vision. And number 3 is the unwavering path. And in business, we call this execution. The word suggests that never wavering isn't a result of willpower or being tough. It's a result of a specific internal state called samadhi. The word state, with seeing through purified mind, what does a dirty or a cluttered mind look like for a CEO? It's a mind filled with noise, fear of failure, the egos, and need for validation. Also, distraction of the short-term gains. All the distraction that you may get because of the short-term gains. When your mind is cluttered, you aren't seeing reality. You are seeing a projection of the reality. You react to the news rather than responding to the truth. Learning in the context of this verse isn't about reading more spreadsheets. It's about purifying the lens. When a leader purifies their mind through meditation, reflection, or radical honesty, they see the soul of the business. They see the core purpose, and when you see the core clearly, the external chaos loses its power, which would eventually distracted you. But then you are, saving yourself from that distraction. Next, the Gita mentions a joy that is beyond comprehension of the senses. This is the part which most business schools miss. We are taught to rely entirely on our senses. What we can see in a report, hear in a meeting, or touch in a product. But the most iconic leaders think like Steve Jobs, Indra Nooyi, or Howard Schultz often made their biggest move based on something beyond the senses. They had an inner conviction that defied the current data. Bhagavad Gita calls this samadhi. For a CEO, this is the flow state. It is that moment where you are so aligned with your purpose that you experience a quiet inner joy even in the middle of a crisis. Why is this joy important? Because if your happiness depends on your stock price, which is a sensory input, you will waver every time the market fluctuates. But if your joy comes from an internal alignment with your mission, you become a bulletproof CEO. The final promise of the verse is the most important, and that is, he never wavers from the path. In the corporate world, wavering is expensive. It leads to confused teams, wasted resources, and lost market share. Leaders waver because they are searching for external certainty. But as verse 21 teaches us, certainty is an inside job. When you have experienced that inner joy and pure bliss of clarity, you no longer need the world to tell you that you are right? You stay the course because you know the course. This isn't stubbornness. Stubbornness is an ego-driven refusal to change. Unwavering leadership is a soul-driven commitment to a truth that you have perceived through clear mind. So how do you apply this today? You don't need to move to Himalayas to find that state. You find it in the micro moments of your day. Before your next meeting, take 2 minutes to purify the lens. Strip away the ego and the fear. Ask, what is the core truth here? When things go wrong, check your joy. If your peace is gone, you have slipped back into the world of senses. Reconnect with your why. Commit to the path. Once you see the truth through a clear mind, trust it. The best leaders never waver because they aren't following the world. They are leading from a place where the world cannot touch them. So, friends, go forth and lead with that unshakable clarity. We have come to the end of our lesson today. Before I close this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. Let me ask you, have you ever felt like the pressure of a constant market disruption is holding your leadership back? This is a very difficult question to answer. Therefore, in this video, we decode one of the most powerful insight from Bhagavad Gita, which is meant for the modern C-suite like a masterclass. So without further ado, let's go and discuss this further. Friends, we live in a world that is obsessed with stability. We build houses, we sign contracts, we seek permanent jobs, and we nurture long-term relationships, all in one attempt to build a fortress of certainty. We want to know that tomorrow will look exactly like today. But if you look at your life, really look at it, you know that it is an illusion. Think about the person you were 10 years ago. Your cells were rearranged, regenerated. Your perspectives have shifted. Your losses have mounted and your joys have evolved or even probably disappeared the way you want to know it. You are not the same person yet. We all cling to the idea of static self. Today we are going to explore one of the most profound yet unsettling truths ever spoken in human history. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 27. It is a verse that cut through the noise of our anxiety and offer a radical invitation to stop fighting the current of life and start swimming with it. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the middle of the battlefield, Prince Arjun is paralyzed by grief. He sees his teachers, his cousins, his friends on the other side, and he realizes that death is inevitable. He refuses to fight because he is terrified by the change that death will bring. Bhagwan Krishna, his guide, doesn't give him a comforting lie, right? He doesn't say, don't worry, everything will stay the same. Instead, he says something startling. Let's look at the verse itself, which is verse number 27 in chapter 2. And the quote starts, for that which is born, death is certain, and for the dead, rebirth is certain. Therefore, you should not grieve over the inevitable. And the quote close. Such powerful words, if you try to imagine. Now, on the surface, this sounds like a bleak outcome. It sounds fatalistic, but look deeper. Krishna is teaching the law of impermanence. He is saying that universe is a cycle of manifestation and dissolutions. Nothing that exists in the physical realm, not your body, not your possessions, not your status, can stay in one form forever. To exist is to change. To change is to transform. And to transform, you must let go of the previous version of yourself. Why does this verse makes us uncomfortable? Because of the gap between what is and what we want to be. We suffer when we treat our lives like a movie. We want to pause. We reach a moment of success or a moment of peace and we think, stay right here, don't move. When that moment inevitably slips away because it has to, definitely,
we feel betrayed. We treat changes as thieves. We say, my youth was stolen, or my opportunity was taken, or my loved ones were removed. But verse 27 suggests a paradigm shift. What if the change isn't a thief? What if the change is simply the mechanism of growth? Imagine a river. If the water stops moving, it becomes stagnant pool. It loses its ability to give life. It becomes a breeding ground for decay. The river is only a river because it's constantly moving, constantly flowing, constantly changing. You too are like a river. When you resist the flow of your own life, you create the very misery that you're trying to avoid. So, how do we apply this in modern world? How do we live by the wisdom of this particular verse? It starts by realizing that you don't have to wait for physical death to experience this cycle. Your experience, you experience like little death every single day, isn't it? So every time you change your mind, a piece of your old self dies. Every time you leave a job, a role you played dies. Every time a relationship ends or evolves, your identity dies. Most of us spend our energy trying to resurrect these dead versions of ourselves. We hold on to resentment. We hold on to past titles. We hold on to why or who we used to be. We become ghosts in our own lives, haunting our current experiences with the memory of what used to be. Bhagwan Krishna's lesson is let it be. When you accept that death or the ending of the phase is certain, you stop being afraid of it. Instead of bracing for impact, you learn to surf. You realize that because everything is temporary, your current struggle is also temporary. The pain you are feeling right now, it is a transition. A stress you are under, it is a precursor to a new state. There is a strange, quiet power in accepting this. When you stop fighting the inevitable, you stop being a slave of your own circumstances. If you know the sun must set, you don't cry when the sky turns dark. You prepare for the stars. You appreciate the beauty of the twilight. This is the freedom of the soul. The Gita isn't telling us to be cold or unfeeling. It is telling us to be centered. It is telling us that your true essence, the I that is witnessing this video right now, is not the thing that is changing. You are the screen upon which the movie of your life is being played. The character on the screen move, they dance, they leave, they die, but the screen remains unchanged. When you identify with the screen and not just the character, changes becomes an adventure rather than a catastrophe. So my invitation to you today is look at one thing in your life that you are currently resisting. Maybe it is a change in your career, a relationship that has shifted, or simply the fact that you are getting older. Take a deep breath, say to yourself, this is a cycle of life. It is the nature of the universe. Don't fight the current, embrace the flow. Understand that by letting go of what is moving out of your life, you are clearing the space for what is trying to come in. Change is not your enemy. Change is only constant. And in that, there is a profound, unshakable peace. So friends, thanks for listening. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. And friends, I will catch you again very soon in the next one. हेलो दोस्तों, आपका स्वागत है। नमस्कारम। आज हम अपने बिजनेस सेक्शन में बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट एक सवाल लेके आए हैं। क्या हो अगर ह्यूमंस लूज द एबिलिटी टू लाई? जेनेटिक लेवल पे जो हमारे ह्यूमंस हैं वो झूठ बोलना ही भूल जाए, पॉसिबल ही ना हो। तो इस थॉट एक्सपेरिमेंट का हम आज डिस्कशन करेंगे इसके अराउंड, और हम देखेंगे कि अगर ऐसा हो सके कि झूठ बोलना हम बंद कर दें, तो सबसे पहले कौन सी इंडस्ट्री बिल्कुल कोलैप्स हो जाएंगी? क्या वो एडवर्टाइजिंग होगी, या कोई पॉलिटिकल कैंपेन, या सेल्स एक्टिविटी?
जो पूरी तरह कोलैप्स हो जाएगी। और इस फीचर का अगर ऐसा हो सके, जैसे जैसे मैंने बताया थॉट एक्सपेरिमेंट है, अगर ऐसा हो सके तो हमारी दुनिया की अर्थव्यवस्था इकोनॉमी में क्या इफेक्ट पड़ेगा। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं और इस चीज का डिस्कशन करते हैं। इमेजिन करें कि आप सुबह उठें और जो सफेद झूठ है वो फिजिकली इम्पॉसिबल ही हो जाए किसी भी इंसान के लिए बोलना। अब आप ऑफिस जाते हैं और आपका बॉस वहां से पूछता है, भाई हाउ वाज योर वीकेंड, आप कैसे, आपके पिछले 2 दिन कैसे थे। आप पोलाइटली आपको क्या रिप्लाई करना है, आपको रिप्लाई करना है इट वॉज ग्रेट एंड थैंक्स फॉर आस्किंग। बट इसकी जगह आप बोल देते हैं, अरे भाई आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन बना रहा था, मिजरेबल था, बहुत ही स्ट्रेस में था मैं, आपकी इसी प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए तैयारी करा था, अभी भी स्ट्रेस में हूं। ऐसा बोलेंगे तो क्या होगा, राइट? तो ऐसा तो हम बोलते नहीं है, हम तो बोलते हैं इट वॉज ग्रेट, आई हैड फन। लेकिन अगर ऐसा हो जाए तो क्या हो। तो अभी इमेजिन करें कि जो जो फिल्टर है, जो झूठ का जो एक फिल्टर हमारी दुनिया में लगा हुआ है, अगर वो हर ट्रांजेक्शन पे लग जाए, हर एडवर्टाइजमेंट पर लग जाए, हर पॉलिटिकल स्पीच में लग जाए तो क्या हो। तो हम एक एक करके इसको एग्जामिन करते हैं, एक्सपेरिमेंट करते हैं, थॉट एक्सपेरिमेंट है ये। और ये इस पे बेस्ड है कि अगर हम झूठ बोलना हमारे लिए पॉसिबल ही ना हो तो कौन सी इंडस्ट्री में सबसे सबसे ज्यादा इफेक्ट पड़ेगा। सबसे पहले लेते हैं टाइटन ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री, जो सबसे बड़ा सेगमेंट है वो है एडवर्टाइजिंग। अब एडवर्टाइजिंग में क्या होता है, ये बोला जाता है कि मतलब एडवर्टाइजिंग इज पार्ट ऑफ मार्केटिंग, आपको सबको पता है। तो मार्केटिंग में ये बोला जाता है कि आर्ट ऑफ परसुएशन है ये। मतलब आप एक ही चीज को रिपीट करते 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 100 दफा करें तो ऐसा लगेगा कि हाँ जी ये जो कंपनी का प्रोडक्ट है बहुत ही अच्छा है। तो जैसे कि कई प्रोडक्ट होते हैं कि 99.9% जम्स रिमूव कर देते हैं, तो 0.1% क्यों नहीं करते, राइट? तो उन्होंने थोड़ी सी गुंजाइश छोड़ी हुई है। हो सकता है कि वो सिर्फ 80% ही करता हो, लेकिन वो सही बता नहीं रहे आपको। इसी तरीके से सबसे बड़ा जो सेगमेंट मेरे हिसाब से है वो वेट लॉस वाला है। वेट लॉस में क्लेम करते हैं ये गोली खा लीजिए और आपके इतने सारे पाउंड जो आपका वेट है वो कम हो जाएगा। आपको नहीं लगता है कि झूठ है ये, कि अगर आपने अगर गोली खा ली और उससे अगर वजन कम होने लगा तो सारे पतले हो गए होते हैं अभी तक। तो ये सबसे बड़ा झूठ है, इस पे इतनी बड़ी $multi-billion की इंडस्ट्री चल रही है, ठीक है? और ये एडवर्टाइजिंग से चल रहा है। तो आप इस चीज को सोचें अगर, तो हर चीज में, एडवर्टाइजिंग में हर चीज के अंदर बिल्कुल ही वाइट लाई, जो सफेद झूठ जिसको हम बोलते हैं, वो परोसा जा रहा है। और हम उसको देख के अपना डिसीजन लेते हैं कि हमें क्या प्रोडक्ट खरीदना है और क्या नहीं। $multi-trillion इंडस्ट्री है ये एडवर्टाइजिंग की, दुनिया भर की। और इसके बिना तो हमारी जिंदगी चलती नहीं है। हम सारे दिन टीवी देखते रहते हैं, उसमें नए नए प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च होते रहते हैं, सब झूठ पे बेस्ड होते हैं, राइट? अगर सोचिए एडवर्टाइजिंग सच्चाई बोलने लग जाए तो हमारा जो हम परचेजिंग करते हैं, जो हम सामान खरीदते हैं, उसका नजरिया ही, परचेजिंग का जो जो व्यू पॉइंट है वो एकदम चेंज हो जाएगा। और अगर सच ही बोलने लगे सारे के सारे एडवर्टाइजर्स, तो उसका इम्पैक्ट क्या होगा ये आप खुद ही सोचिए, ठीक है? अगर आपके पास कोई और विचार है तो अभी कमेंट करके बताएं। दूसरा जो सेगमेंट है वो है यूज्ड कार सेल्समैन। अब क्या है कि अगर कोई कार बेच रहा है और उसके जो टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस हैं वो तब तक ही एप्लीकेबल है जब आपके गैराज में कार है। कार आपने बेच दी और वो गैराज से बाहर चली गई, तो वो तो उसके 1 किलोमीटर के बाद जाके उसका कुछ फेल हो जाएगा तो हम रिस्पॉन्सिबल नहीं है। लेकिन जब तक वो गैराज में थी तो उसका बेस्ट इंजन परफॉर्मेंस था, हर चीज बेस्ट थी। और अगर यूज कार सेल्समैन सच्चाई बोलने लगे कि भाई इसका ट्रांसमिशन फेल होने वाला है, तभी तो ये बिक रही है गाड़ी, तो वो कोई यूज कार खरीदेगा ही नहीं। तो बिल्कुल ही कार के बारे में, बिल्कुल प्रोडक्ट के बारे में बिल्कुल बताते नहीं है सच्चाई से, और मतलब उसको प्रोडक्ट को बेच देते हैं। तो एक ये हो सकता है, ये मतलब हर चीज में लगता है, मैं एक पर्टिकुलर सेगमेंट को लिया है, लेकिन ये हर चीज में एप्लीकेबल है। प्रोडक्ट के बारे में सच्चाई से बताते नहीं है और उस सच्चाई की वाइट लाई परोसा जाता है, सफेद झूठ परोसा जाता है। और अगर सच बता देंगे तो वो बैड न्यूज हो जाएगा। तो हर चीज अच्छी अच्छी बताई जाती है
और जिसके बाद प्रोडक्ट बेचा जाता है। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप हमारा इस वीडियो यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो बताइए कि आप किस शहर से हमारा वीडियो देख रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में आप इस वीडियो को देखना पसंद करते हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। अब मैं तीसरी जो इंडस्ट्री लूंगा वो पॉलिटिक्स लूंगा, क्योंकि आप सब जानते हैं कि पॉलिटिक्स बहुत बड़ा सेगमेंट है जिसमें प्रोफाइलिंग की जाती है और परसेप्शन क्रिएट किया जाता है, जो एक एडवांस फॉर्म है एडवर्टाइजिंग का ही। और एक सेल्स, जैसे बोला ना कार सेल्समैन, उन दोनों का हाइब्रिड है ये पॉलिटिक्स। तो क्या होता है जी इसमें कि जो पब्लिक रिलेशन है वो मेंटेन कर किया जाता है, एक नैरेटिव सेट किया जाता है, बहुत बड़ा एक एडवर्टाइजिंग मार्केटिंग कैंपेन किया चलाया जाता है। उसमें एडवर्टाइजिंग मार्केटिंग कैंपेन के जो फॉर्मूलेज हैं उनको इम्प्लीमेंट करके एक नैरेटिव क्रिएट किया जाता है। नाउ नैरेटिव कैन बी पॉजिटिव, इट कैन बी नेगेटिव, कि टाइम टू टाइम जब पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा जैसा क्रिएट करना है उसी तरह का नैरेटिव क्रिएट किया जाता है। अब आप सोचिए कि नैरेटिव किया जा रहा है कि अगर मेरी सरकार आ गई तो आपका टैक्स माफ कर दूंगा मैं, या ये चीज आपको दे दूंगा। तो आपको लगता है कि ये कभी हो सकता है? अगर किसी ने बोला कि मैं आपका टैक्स कर दूंगा, लेकिन कैसे करूंगा अगर ये बोल दे, तो पॉलिटिकल जो एजेंडा जो क्रिएट करने की कोशिश की जा रही है वो खत्म हो जाएगी, वोट मिलेंगे ही नहीं। तो क्योंकि अगर ये बोल दे कि अच्छा मैंने ये बोल तो दिया कि मैं आपका टैक्स काट दूंगा, लेकिन मुझे कोई आइडिया नहीं है कि मैं कैसे करूंगा, अगर ऐसा बोल दे कोई पॉलिटिशियंस, तो वो तो उसका कैंपेन ही खत्म हो जाएगा, राइट? तो और इसके अलावा ये पूरा एक एम्बैरेसिंग सिचुएशन भी बन जाएगा। ये भी हो जाएगा कि जो गवर्नमेंट है, दुनिया भर की सारे देशों की गवर्नमेंट है, वो उनकी लेजिटिमेसी पे क्वेश्चन, एक प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा हो जाएगा अगर वो सच बता दें। लेकिन ये पूरा का पूरा जो कैंपेन होता है एक वाइट लाई पे बेस्ड होता है, और ये चीज एक कॉर्पोरेट ऑफिस पे भी लागू होती है। हर कॉर्पोरेट ऑफिस के अंदर हर चीज एक प्रेजेंटेशन की तरह दी जाती है। हमारा वर्किंग एनवायरनमेंट बहुत ही अच्छा है, हमारा खाना बहुत अच्छा है, हमारे होटल का खाना बड़ा अच्छा है। तो इस तरीके की चीजें परोसी जाती हैं। अगर ऑफिस, कॉर्पोरेट ऑफिस में अगर सच्चाई का सहारा लेने लगे तो एचआर का जॉब ही खत्म हो जाएगा। जो एचआर है वो हर चीज को बहला फुसला के एम्प्लॉयज को लाते हैं, और अगर किसी को निकालना भी होता है बोलते हैं कि ये तो रीस्ट्रक्चरिंग हो गया जी, रीस्ट्रक्चरिंग में आपकी जॉब चली गई। अगर यहाँ पे ऑनेस्टी दिखाई गई तो कितना बड़ा बवाल हो सकता है इस चीज के अंदर। आप खुद ही सोचिए, जो जोर का झटका जो धीरे से लगता है वो बिकॉज ऑफ वाइट लाई ही लगता है, क्योंकि आदमी को पता ही नहीं चलता कि क्या सच है क्या झूठ है, किस लिए ये हमारे साथ हो रहा है। या तो मेरी तरक्की हो रही है या मेरा डिमोशन हो रहा है, तो क्यों हो रहा है? और अगर ऑफिस बैंकरप्ट हो रहा है तो वो भी इंफॉर्मेशन ठीक तरह से मिलती नहीं है एम्प्लॉयज को। तो ये एक पूरा कंट्रोल्ड तरीके से परोसा जाता है। तो अभी अंत में हम देखते हैं कि अगर व्हाइट लाई, वैसे तो निकलेगा नहीं, हम तो थॉट एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहे हैं, अगर व्हाइट लाई हमारी लाइफ से, हमारे जेनेटिक लेवल पे, हमारे मेकअप से निकल जाए, पूरे प्रोसेस से निकल जाए, तो वो तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं हो पाएगा। इसके अलावा ऐसी कौन सी इंडस्ट्री है जो सरवाइव करेंगे? अगर व्हाइट लाई निकल गया, झूठ बोलने की ताकत अगर निकल गई, तो ऐसी कौन सी इंडस्ट्री है जो सरवाइव करेंगी? देखिए, वो इंडस्ट्री सरवाइव करेंगी जो सच्चाई पे बेस्ड होती है, जैसे कि इंजीनियरिंग, साइंटिफिक रिसर्च, लॉजिस्टिक्स। यहाँ पे अगर आप स्पिन करेंगे कुछ तो वो तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगी। आप ये नहीं बोल सकते कि मैंने ब्रिज बना दिया, बहुत ही अच्छा उम्दा ब्रिज बनाया है मैंने। अगर आपने अच्छा ब्रिज नहीं बनाया, वो तो ग्रेविटी विल बेसिकली प्रूव कि आपने ब्रिज, आपका तो गिर गया, राइट? तो इस तरह की जो इंडस्ट्रीज होती हैं दे विल फ्लरिश। साइंटिफिक रिसर्च, इंजीनियरिंग, ये इनमें तो बहुत ज्यादा उछाल आएगा, क्योंकि ये तो आज की डेट में भी झूठ पे बेस्ड नहीं है, ये तो एब्सोल्यूट क्लैरिटी के ऊपर बेस्ड होती हैं ये सारी कंपनी। और जो भी आपकी ट्रांसपेरेंसी और इस तरह की जो इंडस्ट्री होती है वो सरवाइव करेंगे। जिन पे थोड़ा सा भी रहता है कि कुछ एक नैरेटिव क्रिएट किया जा रहा है, वो सब फ्लॉप हो जाएंगी। तो दोस्तों, आप क्या सोचते हैं कि आपको क्या लगता है कि अगर हमारे अर्थ से, हमारे सिविलाइजेशन से अगर झूठ बोलने की जो प्रॉपर्टी है वो निकाल दी जाए तो क्या हो? आपके जो भी विचार हैं
आई एम श्योर कि मेरे विचारों से आपके विचार थोड़े अलग होंगे, तो जो भी विचार हैं आप कमेंट करके लिखिए, हमें बताइए, लेट्स हैव ए डिस्कशन। और दिस वाज ओनली अ थॉट एक्सपेरिमेंट, और वैसे आपको पता है ये हो नहीं सकता है, लेकिन ये सिर्फ थॉट एक्सपेरिमेंट था। और आप इसके बारे में क्या सोचते हैं, आई वुड वेट टू हियर फ्रॉम यू। थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग एंड आई विल catch you again in the next one. Bye for now. Hello friends, Namaskar. In this video, we break down India's strategic response to the latest US tariff proposal under the Section 301 investigation. As the US proposed additional 12.5% duties on select import items, India's Commerce Ministry has reaffirmed its commitment to the ongoing bilateral trade framework. In this video, we analyze what this means for the India-US trade relationship, the status of the February 2026 interim agreement, and how New Delhi is navigating this latest trade issue or problem. Let's go and discuss this further. Today, we are looking at the pivotal moment in India-US economic partnership. As early of June 2026, news cycles are buzzing with reports of the US Trade Representative USTR proposing additional tariff under Section 301 of the US Trade Act. It's easy to get lost in the noise, but here is the headline. India is standing its ground while remaining committed to the constructive path forward. These proposed tariffs, which include 12.5% surcharge and currently in the proposal phase, they are not yet final. As we navigate these headlines, it is essential to understand that this is a part of a broader ongoing diplomatic process, not an abrupt end to our cooperation. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why we are here, we have to look at the process. The USTR recently concluded investigations into 60 different economies, including India, regarding forced labor, industrial capacity issue, and therefore there are other issues also. Crucially, exports note that this is a broad global measure rather than a specific attack on India. The US is applying this to partners and competitors alike, from EU to South Korea. However, India's position is very clear. We must challenge this legal and technical on the basis of technical issues, and we have to understand what are these bases of this tariff when they don't align with the reality. Our Commerce Ministry is actively engaged, ensuring that our stakeholders have seat at the table. During upcoming public hearing on July 7th, 2026. Well, some might ask, don't we just sign a massive trade deal? And the answer is yes. In February 2026, we reached a landmark framework that slashed effective tariff from staggering 50% down to 18%. That deal was a win-win for both sides. It stabilizes the rupee, boosted our export in textile and pharma, and cemented India's role as a key US ally. Ambassador Sergio Gore recently noted that we are 99% there on finalizing the technical details of our broader bilateral trade agreement. The remaining 1% is about legal phrasing and implementation. India is not letting temporary tariff friction derail the progress. We are treating the trade agreement negotiations and this Section 301 proceedings are two distinct tracks. And therefore, let's discuss the next aspect, which is protecting our interest. The Make in India vision, which is India is currently world fastest growing major economy, and we are not taking these headwinds lightly. We are prioritizing our strategic autonomy, whether it is protecting our labor intensive sectors like leather and apparel or advocating for fair market access. Our negotiators are holding the line. This is about more than just numbers. It's about Make in India initiative. We are building a manufacturing environment that is stable, predictable, and attractive to global supply chain. While we remain a primary US ally and the counterweight in the Indo-Pacific, our foreign policy remains grounded in protecting our own economic sovereignty. So, what is the takeaway here? First, don't panic over headlines. The process is underway and there is a clear path for consultation and legal changes or even challenges, whatever you want to call it. Second, the relationship is strong with investment commitment from US companies exceeding 60 billion in recent months. The big picture remains one of the deep integration and the mutual growth. And India and US are two great democracies navigating complex global economy. We will continue to talk, we will continue to negotiate, and we will continue to stand our ground. So if you have any questions, friends, please do let me know in the comment section below. Thanks for listening, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello friends and namaskaram. In this video, we will analyze the aggressive race happening between Tata Motors and Reliance Industries to dominate India's growing electric bus market. As the country shifts towards sustainable mobility and large-scale EV adoption, these two corporate giants are making massive moves to secure their leadership in the e-bus segment. Let us go and explore this further. The streets of India are changing. If you listen closely, the roar of the diesel engine is being replaced by hum of an electric motor. But this isn't just about the cleaner air. It's about a multi-billion dollar industry race to define the future of Indian mobility. Today we are looking at two titans, which is Tata Motors and Reliance Industries, and their aggressive expansion into India's EVs bus market. This is the race for India's road, and the stakes couldn't be more higher than this. Alright friends, so if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's start with the player currently leading the charge, which is Tata Motors. For Tata, this isn't a new experiment. They have already deployed over 3,300 electric buses over 10 cities, clocking in a massive 210 million kilometers. Their strategy is built on uptime, delivering a best-in-class 95% operational reliability by leveraging the wider Tata ecosystem, including Tata Power for charging infrastructure. They have built a turnkey model that makes it incredibly easy for city transport authorities to make the switch. They aren't just selling a vehicle, they are selling a proven operational system that has already transformed urban transit. But then there is Reliance. If Tata is the master of the vehicle, Reliance is positioning itself as the master of energy that powers it. Reliance isn't just betting on electricity alone. Their strategy is a multi-pathway approach integrating EV with hydrogen-powered vehicles and compressed biogas, which is also known as CBG. They have joined government-backed hydrogen pilot projects, signaling that they see the future of heavy transport as a mix of technologies. They are playing a longer capital intensive game, focusing on building infrastructure ahead of demand and reimagining fuel stations as experience led destinations. So why the aggression now? Because the numbers are finally moving. In financial year 26, electric buses counted for about 4.5% of the total bus sale, a steady climb from previous years. With government schemes like PM E-Bus Seva and PM E-Drive target the deployment of 50,000 plus e-buses by 2029. The order books are overflowing. We are looking at the market where domestic production capacity is hitting 32,000 units annually. This is no longer a niche market. It is the new backbone of public procurement. So, friends, who will win this race? Tata is the incumbent with hardware, the service network, and the trust of municipal corporations. Reliance is the energy giant aiming to control the infrastructure and alternative fuel that will power the next 50 years. One is perfecting the machine, the other is redesigning the ecosystem. As India moved to replace thousands of aging, polluting buses in cities like Delhi, Mumbai, etc., both companies are positioning to benefit from the massive replacement cycle. One thing is certain, the race for India's road is accelerating, and the real winner will be the Indian commuter, Indian consumer. So, friends, if you found this perspective shift valuable, I want to hear from you what do you think about this. And, friends, do not hesitate to send across your questions or any suggestions. I will see you again very soon in the next one.
In the furnace of ancient India, where the sages were scientists and labs were temples of an inquiry, one name glows like a molten gold: Nagarjuna. Not the philosopher of Mahayan fame, but the metallurgist and alchemist whose experiments with mercury, iron, and transmutation blurred the line between mysticism and the material science. Legend places him in a Vidarbha and Satvahana dynasty, working in hidden labs, chasing immortality, while perfecting techniques that still echoes in modern metallurgy. In 2026, as nanotechnology, refined alloys, and imitation jewelry thrives on his ancient method, Nagarjuna's story reminds us that the quest to transform matter is timeless as human spirit itself. So let's find out more. In the annals of Indian science, Nagarjuna stands as a figure both enigmatic and luminous. While the name Nagarjuna is often associated with great Buddhist philosopher of 2nd century CE, another tradition celebrates him as a metallurgist and alchemist of medieval India. The Nagarjuna, remembered in text and oral tradition, was a master of rasayan, the ancient Indian science of alchemy, and a pioneer in the metallurgy whose contribution continues to echo into the 21st century. Born, according to some account, in Vidarbha and later associated with Satvahan dynasty, Nagarjuna is said to have established labs in South India. Archaeological evidence from Nagalwadi in Maharashtra suggests that he conducted experiment in metallurgy and chemistry, working with substances like iron, mercury, and his curiosity was not limited to metals. He sought an elixir of immortality, invisibility, and transformation, blending mystical aspiration with a rigorous experimentation. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward, his most celebrated text is Rasa Ratnakar, is a compilation of chemical knowledge. In it, Nagarjuna discussed the acid, the metals, and the process of purification. He described a method for extracting gold, silver, tin, and copper, and even outlined the distillation techniques. These writings reveal a mind deeply engaged with the material world, yet always linking a chemical process to the spiritual purification. For Nagarjuna, the act of refining metal mirrored the refining or refinement of soul. Impurities must be removed, whether in the matter or in human character. One of his most intriguing contribution was gold shine mechanism. Through experiment, he discovered the ways to transmute the base metal into substance that resemble gold. While not true transmutation, this process produced a gold-like sheen technology that remarkably is still used today in the jewelry industry for imitation of ornament. Thus, a technique born in ancient labs continues to shape the modern aesthetics. Nagarjuna's influence extended beyond the metallurgy. He was also a physician, a yogi, contributing to Ayurveda through texts like Satak and the Jeev Sutra. His integration of chemistry with medicine enriched Indian medieval traditions, offering insight into the preparation of compound and the treatment. In this way, he embodied the interdisciplinary spirit, a scientist, a healer, a philosopher, rolled into one. In 2026, his legacy feels strikingly modern. His principle of articulated systematic experimentation, purification, and transformation resonate with the contemporary chemistry and the material science. His vision of linking matter and spirit anticipates today's holistic approach, where the science and philosophy are not seen as an opposite but as a contemporary path of understanding. Moreover, his experiment in distillation and metallurgy remind us that India's scientific heritage is not peripheral but central to the global history of science. Nagarjuna, the metallurgist, thus emerged as a bridge builder between philosophy and chemistry, between ancient aspiration and modern technologies. His labs may have been simple by today's standards, but his imagination was vast, reaching for the immortality and the cosmic truth, while the grounding itself in the practical art of working with the metals. In honoring him, we recognize not only as a pioneer of Indian alchemy, but also a timeless symbol of human curiosity, the drive to transform, to refine, and to discover. Nagarjuna's alchemy was more than a pursuit of gold. It was a pursuit of knowledge itself. In 2026, as we refine materials at nanoscale, explore new alloy for space exploration, we walk a path he helped to lay centuries ago, providing the fire of inquiry he kindled still that inquiry which he kindled that still actually burns within us in 2026. We have come to the end. Please like and subscribe this channel. Look forward for your comments. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello, friends. Namaskaram. You are most welcome. Let me ask you, are you obsessed with KPIs, quarterly targets, and the constant fear of failure? If yes, then you have reached the right place. Because the world's most effective leaders have discovered a secret that seems counterintuitive. The most sustainable success comes from when you stop chasing the result and start mastering the action. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep and take help from Bhagavad Gita and its profound implications for the modern executive strategy. This is not just a philosophy, it is a tactical manual for achieving the steadiness of yoga in the high pressure boardroom. We will discover how the Nishkam Karm, the practice of detached action to sharpen your decision making, reduce executive burnout, and drive long term business growth. Let us explore this novel idea further. In the world of business, we are obsessed with one thing: the results. We live by the numbers, quarterly earnings, KPIs, growth metrics, market share. If the numbers are up, you are a genius. If they are down, you are becoming a liability. But what if I told you that the highest performing CEOs are the one who navigate market crashes, technological shifts, and internal crises with uncanny calm, are the ones who have mastered the art of ignoring the results. Today, we are looking at the radical shift in executive strategy. We are bridging the gap between the 21st century management and 5,000-year-old wisdom. We are talking about chapter 2, verse 48 of the Bhagavad Gita, and why this specific verse might just be the most powerful business tool you never knew you had. So, friends, if you have reached so far, please let me know name of your city or country from where you are, tuned in and watching this video. All right, let's proceed further. We operate in a state of constant anxiety. When the CEO focuses solely on the outcome, they become a hostage to that outcome. If you are desperate for a specific result, say a certain stock price by Q3, you lose your ability to make rational long term decisions. When the market dips, the result obsessed CEO panics. They slash budgets indiscriminately. They pivot too quickly or they burn out their talent to save the numbers. They are playing the game of catch up with the future because they are terrified at the present. This is a result trap. If the force it forces you into a short-termism, a short-term goal, a short-term vision, it kills innovation because innovation requires failure, and the result-obsessed mind cannot tolerate the possibility of the failure. So, how do we break free from this situation? The Bhagavad Gita offers us a solution that seems almost counterintuitive for a capitalist society. Chapter 2, verse 48 says, and the quote starts, O Dhananjay, fix your mind on duty without any thought of the resulting success or failure and achieve the steadiness of yoga. And the quote close. Let's unpack this. First, fix your mind on duty. In Sanskrit, it is known as swadharma. It means focusing on your role, your specific function, and your inherent purpose. You are not the quarterly report creator. You are the leader. Your duty is to manage culture, strategy, vision, and execution. Second, without any thought of resulting success or failure. This is the core of the Nishkam Karma or detached action. It means you stop caring about profit. It means you stop letting your emotional state to be dictated by the outcome. And finally, achieve the steadiness of yoga. In this context, yoga isn't about physical posture. It's about equanimity, a state of mind that remains unshakable whether the deal closes or the market crashes. So, friends, how does this translate into your boardroom, my boardroom, our boardroom? Think of it this way: you cannot control the market, You cannot control the global economic shift. You cannot always control if a competitor launches a game changing AI tool next Tuesday. But you can control the inputs. You can control the quality of your code. You can control the transparency of your communication. You can control the rigor of your research. When you fix your mind on the duty, on the excellence of the process, the results become a byproduct, not the source of your anxiety. The best CEOs are the one who shows up to the negotiation table, the product launch, or the crisis meeting with absolute presence, because they aren't mentally living in that what if of the outcome. They are present in how of the execution. They are unshakable. They aren't reacting to the noise. They are dictating the tempo. So if you want to integrate this, here are few points like a playbook for this week. First, detach from the metrics. Next time you look at the dashboard, ask yourself, am I looking at this to learn or am I looking at this to soothe my anxiety? If it is anxiety, step away from that. Number two, focus on the duty blocks. Dedicate your morning to your highest value activity, the duty that moves the needle without checking the inbox or the stock price. Third, practice equanimity. When you get bad news, pause for 10 seconds. Do not react. That 10-second gap is where you reclaim your steadiness of yoga. It allows you to respond with strategics instead of reflexes. Remember, you are the pilot, not the weather. You cannot control the turbulence, but you can control how you handle your aeroplane. The market will continue to fluctuate. The result will come and go, but the leader who acts with purpose, with precision, and with steadiness of yoga, that leader is the one who lasts the longest. Stop chasing the result, start mastering the action. Everything else will follow. If this resonated with you, hit the subscribe button. We are building a community of leaders at Akulmach, and these leaders who aren't afraid to take challenges and do not follow the status quo. So please subscribe our channel. I am CK, and I will see you very soon in the next one.